dance for Super. The Dragons teach us that if we want to climb high, we must do it against the wind.
Welcome to the Overwatch League. It's APAC, Saturday, fun day. It's tomorrow Sunday, but today, 3 brilliant matches. It's myself, Lemon Kiwi, with leg day here. I'm 11. I'm also a New Zealander, so I'm 11 Kiwi. How you doing, Harry?
I'm doing pretty well. Not the Lemon Kiwi that I expected when I set up to do today, but I'm nonetheless thrilled to have the Lemon Kiwi here, as we're going to be starting off today with Seoul versus Valiant. This is going to be an interesting slew of matches today, Avril. It's, to a degree, a little bit locked up here on APAC now. We've had a couple of teams that have already clinched their spot in the Midseason Madness, so while we're having a little bit of a spiel, let's have a look at those standings, and we can illustrate what we're talking about when we say that these matches, some of them are more for show, some of them are going to be for seeding. In particular, that 2 and 3 spot is going to be contentious, Avril.
Is your shirt today any indication of who you might be supporting or who you think could be winning, or am I reading too far into
supporting,
it?
just know that they are de facto the Titans of well, not the Vancouver Titans, but
I was going to say,
the
careful with that
literal
one.
Titans of APAC.
Right, certainly. Well, they got the Dynasty locked up, 11 points in the lead right now. They cannot drop out of the first place position in terms of standings, in terms of seeding. The only position we really have to play for at the moment, as far as mid-season tournament is concerned, is Shanghai and Spark fighting for number 2. That is not yet decided. If Spark win their next 2 games with any scoreline, they will get the 2nd seed. Shanghai, they just got to make sure they win their next game tonight to I guess, give them the best shot possible. But it will be pretty difficult to hold on, given that they are 4 maps behind the Hangzhou Spark. So that position still very much in contention. Philadelphia Fusion have locked up their 4th seed here, with Chengdu falling yesterday to the Dragons. And for the rest of the standings here, between 5, 6, and 7, kind of just playing out the rest of the games during the qualifiers. You know, regular season points still matter here, Harry. We still have to look towards playoffs to get points. So, you know, Guangzhou, LA Valiant, Hunter still have a game left. They still have something to play for in that regard.
Yeah, for LA Valiant and Guangzhou Charge, we're thinking about the overall qualification for playoffs at the end of the year towards the grand playoffs. You really need to start your comeback tour as soon as possible. Every single game for them, it's a long projection. And it's a hopeful one towards the future. And for Seoul Dynasty, well, they are certainly alight with hope. They've had themselves a fantastic year thus far. And here you can have a look at the starting lineup. So many names have become household ones. In Overwatch, we've got a former champion in Profit, 2-time former champion in Smurf. But for me, I look over towards the rookies. The newest one in particular, Vindame. Not a huge amount of fame for this player coming into this particular season, Avril, but Vindame has shown himself not only to be flexible, but also bloody deadly, whether it's on the Lucio, any main support, or the Zenyatta.
And currently Seoul Dynasty are on a pretty major win streak as well, looking towards their win of the kickoff clash. They've had, how many games now? 7 matches in a row that they've won, 4 of which in this qualifier themselves. So, 2 more to go to get that perfect stage. They would have the 6-0 locked up, and it's looking pretty favorable for them, considering the amount of competition left over are definitely lower in the standings for the Seoul Dynasty. They've kind of beaten everybody else that challenged them in the higher standings. Shanghai, they met very early on, who were still kind of looking for their form, so they didn't get to fight. They didn't get to fight the Dragons during the Dragons comeback mode, which has just happened this week and last week. Seoul Dynasty now going up against the currently struggling Guangzhou Charge, who, as I said yesterday with Achilles, they've had moments. They've had moments of looking reasonable, so they're going up against the Valiant, who have had moments of looking reasonable. This will apply to both teams of Charge and Valiant, both kind of struggling, both had moments of reasonableness, and for the Valiant specifically, I know who's playing tonight, obviously. As the Valiant, specifically, we look towards the 2 wins that they got in the first week. That was their first week. That was their first, I guess, great week that we've seen out of the Valiant in terms of, okay, they did beat Chengdu in the kickoff clash, but we look at Midseason Madness, 2 back-to-back wins there. Tripled the amount of wins since they've rejoined come in with a new roster this year, and a reverse sweep versus Philly as well. You got to respect it. I think Valiant showed some reasonable promise at the start of the Midseason Madness, but since then, their second week was quite a big turnaround in terms of going the opposite direction. They went 0-6 in maps. They didn't win a single map last week, so right now, looking at this particular match, it doesn't really get any easier.
Yeah, week 1 of Midseason Madness was definitely the Taizonde dopamine power hour for the LA Valiant, and week 2 definitely the opposite. Lots of cortisol in the Taizonde camp. Marvel, of course, fresh off of his 2-hour retirement after leaving Boston Uprising, and then over to the Los Angeles Valiant instead. Going to be particularly interesting to see how he goes up against Smurf in this 1 versus 1, where, in my opinion, Avril, no shirt bias here. I think Smurf is the best tank in Overwatch 2.
That's a wow! What a hot take. No,
that is a sizzling take.
Smurf the damn! Woo! That's the first time I've heard that one. Fun, interesting matchup here is you talked about Marvel versus Smurf. Marvel used to be on the Seoul Dynasty last year, so he has gone up against his former team. He's gone up against his replacement in Smurf as well. He spent a good amount of time on the Seoul Dynasty, and finally they'll be able to match up properly. Let's take a look at opening compositions. Obviously, first map is going to be Lijiang Tower here. Stalker coming in to play the Sojin. I suspect he'll play that straight away on Garden. And Innovation, Tracer, Easy Hunt should also be looking towards something like a Sojin. We'll see if Innovation actually goes Tracer. Maybe he sticks on the Sombra instead, because they're looking to maybe counter out something like Smurf's Doom. Seems to be that way so far. There's the opening hack.
Valiant actually starting off with both Lucio and Vizen here. Very speedy, but not much sustain, so we need to win fights, and we need to win them quickly. On the other side, Seoul Dynasty, we're looking to take things slow. Allow Prophet to continually pepper away with these rockets, and remember that Prophet doesn't actually have a pocket here from a Mercy. He's relying on either the Orb from Vindame or Creative's hit scan to heal him.
And this is what we saw yesterday from the Golden Charge as well, right? Because we had the the fire come through. Obviously, Prophet just died via the hack from Innovation, so that 1 second hack still doing wonders for LA Valiant. See if they can get a lot more value off the back of that, being the fact that they did get fire netted as well. Pretty even so far. Smurf going down, LA Valiant should be able to get this on. But as I was saying, like, not the first time we saw fire on this map, but good to see Prophet at least try it.
Yeah, that's the last time in this particular matchup as Prophet sweeps over onto the Echo and swoops down onto Molly. As fast as that fight looked won for LA Valiant, the Seoul Dynasty turned it around, and Innovation did at least get some good pack control there that allowed Smurf to die when he was dashing for the Mega, but unfortunately it wasn't enough.
And you see the pocketing that you get even as an Echo, right, which is kind of just like the better fire at this stage. It really is just Vindame's Harmony Orb. That's kind of what we're relying on if you are Prophet. LA Valiant being ahead though, with well, they're not really ahead in terms of they got a fight win, but they didn't actually cap the point or anything. Seems like Seoul Dynasty were able to get back in fairly comfortably, setting up a dive now. This Innovation looks for the hack. Marvel and Easy Hunt didn't arrive.
It's going to be followed up here by Easy Hunt. Oh, however, unable to commit, Marvel takes a peek in and then decides that Smurf might be more fruitful prey. A touch of pressure upon the point, and it does begin to flip in favour of the LA Valiant, but with Lengsa gone, movement's going to be much slower. Easy Hunt gets 2 with the Pulse Bomb, not exactly the 2 he wanted though, keeping that KD even as Stalker begins to make sure that everyone's shepherded inside this deadly little crucible where they could be executed.
1-for-1 trade so far, still 4 alive on both sides. Innovation looking towards that EMP, and Valiant, I mean, they still don't really have point control. They've just gone for a few skirmishes. They actually need to be able to get a few more conversions on those frags. They have Dojo, but not much more than that. With Marvel going down, this fight's already looking like a bit of a wash. They just failed to engage. They've so far not really had the tempo to get this EMP underway.
Innovation was detected momentarily, but I think that he slipped the net for now. With that EMP in the back pocket, could be a useful tool, of course, for the initial engagement, but it can be readily answered.
Yes, held on to it for like the whole game so far. Let's be real, it's been like, you know, quite a while.
And gets caught out. The timing here not going to be favourable, Avril. And look at that, the health pack steal as well. What's Easy Hunt doing? They're not talking to each other. Now Marvel's got to go for a different health pack, and that Meteor Strike was wasted. Seoul Dynasty now have overtime.
Well, he used a Meteor Strike to at least get himself out alive, but it's not really helping Valiant to engage at all. Marvel dies as EMP comes on through. Creative's the only one that actually ended up eating that hack, I believe. Vindame receives a nano, and Seoul Dynasty ahead. Links are going down 96% towards a sound barrier that LA Valiant don't really have much more to work through here. A Pulse Bomb and a Transcendence to celebrate the victory in the Seoul Dynasty should be to lock up the 100-0.
Yeah, getting rid of this Echo has been a continuous problem for LA Valiant, and of course, Prophet's been able to swoop in onto a backline quite easily. With none of the usual hit scan threats that you'd see from a double flex support backline like an Ana, there just isn't that peppering that can occur and keep the Echo a little bit more nervous about peeking these longer sightlines and just being able to spam away the tri-shot. When you're going up against a Lucio, sending the Cheerios the way of the Echo is not really that intimidating. We head over now onto the market instead, and there's going to be some comp swaps from both teams as we look towards something that's a bit more hit scan aim heavy.
It's, you know, the Echo is one thing, but I feel like the Valiant had a lot more to worry about on their hands, considering the fact that we saw one EMP coming through the entire, 100-0 there. LA Valiant couldn't quite seem to be able to coordinate a single dive together. You see Innovation going for a hack onto the backline of Seoul Dynasty, but not able to link up with either their Tracer or their Doom. So, when they do want to go, Marvel gets chunked down, has to media strike, all that kind of stuff, right? But as you say, Leg Day, we're looking towards new compositions now, at least on the DPS end of things. Tracer plus Ashe on Seoul Dynasty, Tracer plus Sojourn for LA Valiant.
Yeah, Ashe versus Sojourn here will provide a little bit of indirect fire from, of course, the Dynamite here, and that's going to require maybe a little bit more in terms of pocketing. Okay. Marvel just stuck in there for too long. The power block was unable to really eat up enough of the damage as he was surrounded, Avril.
Eichenwalde responds, and this is what he's good for, right? We are seeing a bit of a change in the meta flow for the APAC division as we're looking towards more and more players favoring the Ashe over the Sojourn, but Eichenwalde did manage to get a kill. LA Valiant is still taking a few more losses than the Seoul Dynasty, even with Smurf down here as well. So Cap already went through for the side of the Seoul Dynasty, and the frags don't stop.
Easy tracking for Prophet against that wide hitbox, and of course it's Creative actually picks up 2 final blows here. LA Valiant they're starting to make these piecemeal engagements here. Innovation and Marvel may need to take a few more efforts to actually move together, and we identify this as an issue on the first point as well, where Innovation's tanks weren't really followed.
All right, here we go. Another 5 versus 4.
Okay.
I mean, we can use this, right? LA Valiant, seen the 5v4s before, can actually move towards some sort of conversion onto fellow players, further players, I should probably say. Already on the point, got that cap pretty quickly as well. Seoul Dynasty did not contest.
And Seoul Dynasty deciding that better not put their lives on the line to try and contest this, and instead look for a 5 versus 5 later, as Prophet has indeed returned and loses the Harmony Orb. Good pings here, maybe a stick as well. Easyhan avoids it.
There's a Textile Stalker as well, so LA Valiant, the Nano onto Marvel, he has been slept out, but looking like they're ahead in this fight for sure. Smurf receiving the Nano on the opposite end. Still do have a Vindane Transcendence to come on through if the fight goes any longer, and it does seem like it'll end fairly quickly with Seoul Dynasty collecting the majority of the kills here. One response from Eichenwalde, and so far Eichenwalde has been a decent performer. That's all that's going to be on the board for the LA Valiant. Of course, one more extra pulse bomb from Innovation, but it won't help them retain the point.
Yeah, Vindame and Smurf both offered 1 versus 1s and both taking them readily. Winning out as LA Valiant. Have Marvel draw ever closer towards that Meteor Strike, but could have to be used in a moment of desperation simply to avoid a huge amount of damage. It isn't going to be countered at least by the Pulse Bomb, which we'd often seen stuck onto Doomfist to force out that ultimate or to ensure that they'd be dead. However, Prophet only halfway there at the moment as Marvel is discorded and spotted just orbiting the periphery of the point.
You're going up against Prophet, right? You talk about these Tracers putting the pressure on towards the Dooms. That's been happening so often. Prophet, probably one of, if not the best Tracer that we have in the region, maybe even in the world here. As LA Valiant definitely running out of time here, 80% for the Seoul Dynasty, looking to really make an engagement. Link says either just tempo transfer or had that forced out. In either case, Vindame will respond.
Marvel has to use a Meteor Strike to not get blown off of the map. That's unlikely to be a great usage. However, still, Stalker's going to fall, and Marvel places himself in the midst of a Seoul Dynasty, punching his way through any who would dare proffer themselves against this Titan of Fists. Still, Eichenwalde falls, and with overtime ticking over, Marvel's forced to remove himself from a fight to ensure this capture. Seoul Dynasty now moving in with 4 against the lesser members of LA Valiant when it comes to the numbers. This could be troublesome.
Yeah, troublesome for sure. Smurf is probably going to go down here. Brilliant pickup from the LA Valiant, but it was 2 for it. Still a couple of ultimates. This is definitely last fight territory. As Seoul Dynasty have the 99, they flip it over, and the LA Valiant cannot respond. A desperate overclock coming through from Eichenwalde, but I fear it's going to be too late here. Stalker has their number, way too many frags, and Seoul Dynasty will take up 1-0 so far in the series.
Seoul Dynasty sticking to their reputation as the Titans of APAC right now. Admittedly, Los Angeles Valiant, a 3-7 team, is giving them a little bit of a run for the money on market, less so on Gardens, where it really felt like Los Angeles Valiant were having trouble finding the tempo of that Sombra comp and really being able to put themselves onto a target, which is unfortunate considering that they had a huge speed advantage from playing the Lucia. The tempo should have been theirs to determine, but the poke phase, once Seoul Dynasty won that first fight, was just too difficult to try and push through.
Yeah, never really got that EMP fight that they really wanted to, and by the time they dropped it, it was far too late. So the LA Valiant showing some signs of life on night market after a bit of an unfortunate unfortunate run on Guardians, but still not enough to take down the Seoul Dynasty. 2-0 on Lijiang Tower, 1-0 in the series. We'll take a quick break. We come back with map number 2. Welcome back to the Overwatch League APAC fam. Map number 2 coming up very soon in our opening match of the day here. Seoul Dynasty versus LA Valiant. And so far, as expected, here leg day, Seoul Dynasty with the 1-0 lead here. Pretty clean throughout Lijiang Tower. Only dropped a few fights on Night Market, but otherwise a flawless Guardians performance on top of that.
Yeah, it's come to be as we've expected, and as we've come to expect as well. From the LA Valiant, we've got ourselves a couple of substitutions already. This is a team with an expansive DPS roster. 5 players on the DPS roster. You only have 2 in at a time. There are 5 players on the entire Overwatch 2 team. Becky's in for innovation, and Dia is going to be moving in for Easy Hunt. I think that Dia's had a bit of a comeback season. Admittedly, for Dia's been pretty good for a while if you're one of the deep lore Overwatch esports enjoyers. Of course, over in Overwatch Contenders, Avril, you've been seeing Dia tear it up for years upon years now. It's not the Shanghai Dragons Season 1 performance. Dia's always been pretty poc.
Yeah, deep lore. If you've been following Dia's career, you're probably a bit of a hardcore fan, because he obviously had the original Shanghai Dragons run, went to Team CC, won the entire Gauntlet Asia, and beat all the Korean teams along the way. Fun little history moment is that Dia defeated Stalker in the grand finals of Contenders Gauntlet Asia in 2020. That was Team CC versus Gen G. So as the Asia historian, I'll bring that one out just for fun and laugh. Dia versus Stalker, that was a good time back then. Innovation actually also on that lineup with Dia, so both of them defeated Stalker back then. Trying to remember if Creative was maybe on the lineup at the time. Not too sure on that one. Vindame certainly wasn't, because he only came through during the O2 Blast days. But in either case, here now on the L stage, Dia will get his chance to, I don't know, poke and prod at the Seoul Dynasty. What happens when you poke a tiger? We'll find out.
For any of you who aren't completely wired into the APAC scene as well, Gen G is Seoul Dynasty's academy team. Because of course they're the organisation that runs for Seoul Dynasty, and Team CC was Shanghai Dragons academy team at the time. So both of these were like excellent breeding grounds for fantastic talent in Overwatch, and in some cases it's been like a game of dibs, you know, where teams just like grab talent they can't quite play yet, and just wait until they're 18, keep them on the academy team, keep them well practiced in Contenders, and then the second that they're 18 they are straight to the Overwatch League. Coming up next, let's have a look at the map set. We're heading over to Hybrid next, Avril, and it's going to be Eichenwalde.
And just for clarity's sake, no, Creative was not in that team, but it did have Stalker, Although, and Tuyu, and Itso actually. So a few Overwatch League names that we're familiar with were on that team, that Gen G squad. So there's that. That's a little history lesson there for winding back the time as we look at all these grandfather clocks. Again, four of those, was it rings? Is it four of the dongs? That's when the end of the world happens. Any Stranger Things fans out there, I know Achilleos finally finished the season last night. He was a bit slow, but he got there. He did the very inexcusable thing of watching like the last episode halfway and then like, I guess, doing other things, then coming back to him. Like, just carve out like 2.5 hours of your life, watch the whole thing, don't do it in pieces. All right, respect the media for what it is. Just like, I don't know, if you're a Soul fan, definitely you'll want to be seeing the entirety of this one. If you're a Valiant fan, you're hoping for the best here. Can we take some maps? Valiant have been competitive, but Seoul Dynasty are on a different level.
Yeah, Seoul Dynasty, this has been their year. Picking up Smurf was such a huge signal from Seoul Dynasty to the remainder of the Overwatch League that they were not going to settle with anything less than a championship anymore. Already, Seoul Dynasty making some swaps upon having a look at what Los Angeles Valiant are proffering. We see a Cassidy.
It's actually the Smurf Zarya coming through as well, so they're not going to be opting for... Well, they want to be kind of like a ground-based team here. They want to be... I want to say rush, but that wouldn't be quite true. Maybe more like a brawl kind of composition with the Brig and the Ana as well. Like you mentioned, the Cassidy, already a lot of damage on Becky. So Becky not really able to get too much done, just trying to live.
So there's going to be a difference from the Zarya of old that you would have seen during the kickoff clash. No longer are you having a faux tank Reaper. Instead of the Zarya herself is going to be the front runner, giving likely herself both of those bubbles. Molly's just been ran over. No speed boost required. The counter rotations simply aren't fast enough. And Smurf can catch up to that vulnerable Ana.
You see what happens? A Soul just out-damaged Los Angeles Valiant as they walk on in. And usually where the LA Valiant should be counterplaying this is you have Dia, Becky that can access the backline, Marvel's all can dive. Sure, your supports are probably going to end up being in trouble. You can trade backlines here. You should have the dive pressure as the LA Valiant, but as Seoul Dynasty walk up, the first thing we saw is that Smurf beaming down Becky, preventing the LA Valiant from getting aggressive. Marvel was backing out. He wasn't confident walking on in, and the Valiant, much like what we saw in Gardens, could not set up a dive. They just got slowly, or maybe in this case, quickly run over.
And speaking of setting up dives here, it's going to be down to Marvel and Dia to try and make sure that Seoul Dynasty's commutes to the high ground are fraught with danger. Because of course there's going to be no hit scan up on top alongside Molly to really show that great amount of damage. Vindame's already caught Dia though, and that means Molly's in trouble as Prophet approaches, Pulse Bomb in hand, but is going to be waylaid momentarily by the attentions of Becky.
LA Valiant could at least at this stage maybe prevent the payload from moving up too far. That's kind of where Vindame's been, you know, holding position-wise this entire time. The Nano will be the response now coming through from Becky. Can it be enough though? Smurf in a lot of trouble, and that will be the kill coming through. You notice that Creative did not have Nano in time. Seoul Dynasty a couple % away from actually saving Smurf. They'll use it on Stalker instead.
Hello. Seems like Seoul Dynasty still think this is winnable. No Zarya required. I've already finished, mate. Stalker with a headshot there to finish off a sleeping deer. And Lengsa. Where is Lengsa? Look at him. What's he doing?
He's fragging.
He's in Soul Spawn.
He is.
And Prophet's pushing the cart.
Well, Marvel stopped that one, so ideally they get Lengsa down just about now. He's trying to survive, but won't be the case. Just slowing down the Seoul Dynasty's approach. It's going to be the 5v4 that Seoul really needs. So LA Valiant don't know if they can really afford to back out considering they are losing payload control, but they will get a trade from Becky on the Stalker that will even things up.
A little bit of a bag fumble there from Seoul Dynasty. Stalker was actually positioned between both Vindame and Creative and still dies to the unassisted poke of Becky. No Discord, no problem, but a rally might be a little bit more that has to be contended with. Smurf has so much, that's a miss! Oh my goodness! It's a good old Nene grab as Marvel manages to move away from it. So low is that Ana, but can it be finished off? Armor pack's given over, a double punch to stun them both, and there's a Zarya bubble to just try and add confusion to the fray. A huge amount of energy is packed onto Smurf, and this means that Los Angeles Valiant need to kite away as soon as possible while they wait for their more deadly members to return. But Smurf says, I'm deadly enough by myself, mate. And Prophet's going to have to just waylay himself onto the cart to continually add this pressure.
I mean, that was great plays by LA Valiant up until they lost a member for pushing up there. So Smurf, a little bit of punish. Prophet continuing to push the payload there. LA Valiant, you did see that Marvel kind of outplay the Grav in a way by using his Meteor Strike very quickly. He actually used it before the Grav came on through. Smurf took a bit of damage here, but the payload is all but capped, and it is going to be capped indeed. No one from the Valiant could touch. Marvel was sleeping that entire time. Becky too low HP. They don't have a Tracer, and that means LA Valiant going to have to give up this fight. They lose everything, including the nano they spent.
So clutch there from Creative, just deciding to let Sleeping Doomfist slide as the cart rolls in to its final resting position on point B. Now 4 minutes as we head into point C, and will Los Angeles Valiant decide to go for anything different here in terms of their compositional approach? Still Becky is going to be playing the Echo here, which is going to have limited ceilings to try and play around.
That should be a change at some point. Becky probably wants to go towards a Genji as soon as he can, but 58% is a lot to play with, right? Speaking of percentage points, Smurf looking towards that 100. Beams down Becky. Not even really a lot of effort involved there. This time the grab should be perfect. Way too many kills coming on through. It's only the Bob really contesting at this point. And once that Bob is gone, Valiant probably going to lose this point.
Gaslight, Gatekeep, Girl Boss, Zarya. So much energy. There's the grab. You ain't getting out of this one, Marvel. One may scream as the ante is going to be delivered. Becky not long for this world, and Dia simply cannot get a foot on the cart in time. 3 minutes here for Seoul Dynasty. This is a statement of a time bank, Avril, as Los Angeles Valiant lie decimated in the path of the Tiger.
You actually see that Lengsa held on to Transcendence at the end there as well, so that could have actually been popped at some stage. Kind of got killed by Vindame somehow, so Vindame running down Lengsa, the Zenyatta player, where, I don't know, either just didn't quite put the finger on the Q button or maybe burst down too quickly. That possibly would have helped them, especially during the grab, would have kept Marvel alive for some time. And then maybe LA Valiant use respawn advantage to try and claw their way back. But when you start seeing that push on C from Seoul Dynasty, Smurf going full man mode, just walking up as a solo carry Zarya. I mean, you talked about this a little bit earlier, but when you don't have the Reaper on this team and you're not playing to kind of pocket somebody else, you can just kind of double bubble yourself, walk up, get a lot of energy, do all the damage required. Smurf's really playing Zarya the way that I like to play it, which is just, you know what, screw the rest of the team. I'm the boss now.
The greedy Zarya.
The way Zarya was designed to play.
Smurf as well. He has played both tiers of Zarya very well. Because we had Seoul Dynasty have a couple of experiments with the Zarya Smurf before, and of course was able to just make sure that those Reapers were very much safe when they made their engagements. But now Smurf was able to really embrace a bit of Smurf time, you know, play for a little bit of high energy, stay alive and continually frag out. Now over to the Sigma instead, and it's going to be quite difficult to dislodge from this high ground. Marvel might have to commit a pair of utility to try and do so. Just use the Seismic Slam to clear upwards and then maybe punch them Smurf off.
This map is pretty flankable though, so I'm a little bit concerned about the Sigma defense. You normally see this on a map like Midtown, right? We've seen Stalker and Smurf play these type of compositions, the double flick support plus the Sojin. Sigma spamming their way through, Prophet to run around and contest different things, and just look at the damage output. Marvel can barely even just walk in front of the shield. And really the way to get around this is use all the different flanking angles you can find on A, get behind the shield and wreak havoc in that kind of way. Otherwise, it's basically just waiting for Molly to get Nano.
Yeah, Molly is generating this bloody fast at the moment. Marvel looking to try and have the additional staying power that Nano would give over. Prophet has to recall away, decides not to chase onto Deer despite that Discord orb, and then doubles on down once having the backup of that Zenyatta. Lengsa now within the crosshairs.
Zenyatta for Zenyatta trading here. Smurf low HP as well. Stalker's trying to do his best to respond, so it's going to be 2 trades or 2 kills on 2 kills currently. Remember that LA Valiant have the closer respawn distance, so Creative's going to take some time to get back in here. We talked about the Molly Nano. We've been waiting for it. It will go to Becky instead. The damage will be there, and every single time that LA Valiant get a kill, it is more impactful than Soul getting the exact same kill, because like I said, the respawn distance matters.
Good time here for Los Angeles Valiant. 5 minutes now to get through B. But the question's going to be how you manage to make that assault up onto high ground when you've already spent your nano. Because Stalker's going to be waiting up there, building up these railgun shots, and that makes the sheer high ground of an Eichenwalde defense really difficult to break.
I think the initial stage for Valiant to play through is just get some payload distance and then work towards, you can have the trance option, you have media strike to get into high ground, Becky can copy somebody, Dia needs to, again, work on that flank to release his pulse bomb into the wild. If you're Seoul Dynasty, you probably just want to play the window fairly quickly here to gain control of this entire sight line all the way down. But as we mentioned here, Dia looking for the pulse bomb. He's playing low.
Yeah, playing low at the moment, just trying to make sure that Prophet can't troll that cart too much. Becky taken up by an accretion of all things. Captain Smurf at it again. And Stalker going to be dutifully healed up here by Vindame. Remember that when Dia goes to this stick, ideally you want to be able to force out that trance, but while Vindame still has this immortality field, the trust in Vindame's immo is going to be immense.
Oh, now Seoul certainly have to do something. I mean, they lost one of their 5 ultimate, Smurf. About to have that flux as well. The window finally will come through from Vindame on a bit of an off angle. Marvel takes down Vindame, so instantly that window's just been nullified. And Los Angeles Valiant, they convert 1 kill into 2 further kills. Correa reuse the Transcendence, but doesn't save anybody. Only allows Seoul Dynasty to back on out, at best.
Additional window here, and now Becky can return to the Echo form. Look at that immortality field there as well to try and save Smurf on the extrication. With that gone, now Dia is feeling like it's going to be an absolute freebie to hit one of these pulse bombs. Creative swaps over onto Vienna. It's a full support line swap up for the Seoul Dynasty as suddenly they feel like this game is getting out of their hands, Avril.
Wow.
Moving in, that's an avoidance of a kill due to a Lengsa trance.
Here we go, the trance is about to run out here, so it could be perfect timing for that flux. As Stalker collecting kills over towards this overclock, it seems like Seoul Dynasty off the back of 2 ultimates, and forcing 1 in response, or rather 2 in response to the LA Valiant, and 1 frag will be enough. And the LA Valiant, that ends up just being a meteor strike to bail out. I think part of the reason why you see Vindame and Creative swapping over is partially that I do believe Smurf will be swapping here very soon as well. So we'll see if that ends up happening on Smurf's next death.
Yeah, Smurf potentially going to swap over here onto either the Zarya or the Doomfist. Becky going to be given over the Nano, looking over towards many targets, but none under 50% HP, so a Focusing Beam can't quite get the purchase that it would desire. Disruptor Field makes moving through there a less than palatable option for the Echo, as continual danger is Prophet their way. Prophet almost slept off the map, but it's okay, the execution is well done. And now Creative can be beamed down easily. This should be Valiant claiming the point.
Wow, this is really good stuff from the LA Valley. I mean, they struggle in the Lijiang Tower, but so far this attack, and also they struggle in the defense as well, but this attack has been pretty damn good in terms of keeping the pace up. That was my major criticism of their play on the Lijiang Tower map, and now they continually push forward. They continue to get these frags. Good individual plays as well. Molly's been landing some beautiful skill shots across the map. Getting Prophet down is certainly one thing, and outplaying a number of Seoul Dynasty ultimates is another thing as well. So the cap does come on through. Comparable time back. I mean, I don't expect that Valiant will get a better time back than Seoul, but they should be able to get something here. And Smurf, like we said, did manage to change over.
Swaps over to Zarya. That means that this first fight might be the most important one for him while he's trying to build up that energy. It's going to take a lot of bubbles to do so, and with many of them used, that's going to make the Zarya such a tempting target for the Pulse Bomb. Becky swaps over onto the Brigitte, gives over a little bit of additional healing and staying power here as Seoul Dynasty seed away the space and rally and wait instead.
Yeah, there's not really a rally there. I mean, it took a very long time for Becky to get anything done. Stick from Dia, lands on the shield, a little bit unfortunate. Lengsa with the pick up the Prophet is going to give them another 5 versus. Look at the payload positioning here as well. I mean, one single fight when it looks like Valiant could do it is going to give them the cap. There's no response. The Seoul Dynasty are just falling over. They don't get a single kill. All 5 members of the Seoul Dynasty. Prophet coming back to add a 6th and final death. Maybe survives only because the map is over. And the LA Valiant with 5 perfect frags unresponded to are going to get the cap. And the time, it's pretty reasonable. 2:44 to 2 minutes after it all is said and done, when we kind of even out the timers and drop them down to the 2 minutes here. Only ends up being a 44-second difference. That's damn good by the underdogs, the LA Valiant.
Pace and power. An offensive powerhouse the LA Valiant are right here. Perhaps they have decided, they've managed to find some little quirks, some little differences that could be exploited in the Seoul Dynasty, and Marvel, I think, has been staying alive a lot longer during these games. He's been getting a lot more value out of these Meteor Strikes, even if it's just to remove himself from these situations. And unfortunately there, Smurf was unable to really build up a good amount of energy because, in my opinion, overall, the swap was just too late. You need to have like a couple, maybe like a bubble cycle before you actually get into that fight against the LA Valiant.
I'll talk about that in a second. First of all, we'll have a look at what Becky does to open up this fight. They kind of just fly on in, Smurf the first target, and does a bit of a drive-by, bit of a strafing run, actually, might be a little bit more accurate for flying hero onto Stalker, and then a 3K to finish things out. On the topic of the Smurf swap, though, here's the thing about the Seoul Dynasty. They do not want to be playing Sigma on the C point. At the point that Creative and Vindame swapped, they were fairly confident that they weren't too far off from being capped on B. I think it was a reasonable call to make. And you do want to be on a preferable comp for C, and that's exactly what you can win, right? You don't have to kind of just throw all your resources at B anymore. If you can hold C properly, which is pretty defensive favored, you can win the map from there. But unfortunately for them, Becky decided no, wasn't going to happen. I'm going to get a 3K. I'm going to allow this cap as well.
And Becky's had some huge moments, as I think it's surprising for not a hugely reputable player coming into the league. Was unknown to a great many people, including myself. Molly, at the moment, once again, playing for that early nano behind a Marvel Winston, of all things. It's another swap up from the LA Valiant, another change of tempo.
And that's also going to be Molly landing a Bio Nano Creative and claiming the kill. That's going to be not quite a permanent 5v4, but a very lengthy 5v4, considering the fact that Seoul Dynasty have a long run back. And with Vindame dead as well, they have no supports at all. This is going to be an LA Valiant cap. Brilliant stuff. One fight, and they already have a cap. Yeah, Marvel dies, but LA Valiant are hugely ahead here. They only have Smurf and 2 supports. They're going to give up A.
Yeah, Marvel dies. He's already got himself a forward spawn as well. Doesn't matter at all to the LA Valiant. Seoul Dynasty here, rocked in that initial setup. And remember that Smurf, if you get both the bubbles out, you can still get usage out of that anti-nade. One of the big reasons why we saw so much of the Xayah early in the season is that Bartek Grenade was such a huge playmaking tool, and Xayah is the only person who can cleanse it away using that bubble. Once they're used, however, there's nothing to defend Creative from a nice anti, and Marvel simply landing right atop it, and we know that Marvel is a tip-top Winston player.
Yeah, Nano's available now, so we'll see what Marvel can do with this. LA Valiant certainly shouldn't be wasting too much time. I'm just going to use it on Becky. I don't really hate that either, because Becky has been carrying so far on the Echo. We talked about the team bubbles coming on through. Smurf will put that on towards Prophet to save his life, but at the moment, nothing else to play through. No more bubbles remaining. Vindane will be forfeit. The rest of them will be as well. Very soon, considering both the supports are dead again. Becky does another strafing run. Seoul Dynasty respond with 2, but they will get fragged. And LA Valiant should be able to get their respawners. I mean, this is going to be a risk of a B cap now.
Oh, Becky's having a showcase game and almost has an ultimate available here too, Avril. Who darest thou pick? At the moment, tank copies aren't usually the most powerful, but with 2 bubbles behind the Xayah and potentially the ability to get that quick Graviton as well, could be quite tempted to go for the Xayah. Stalker with the overclock. Do they decide to end this now?
Here it goes. So the copy does come on through. We get to see the double bubble composition from 2021. But a Zarya plus Winston combo. Overclock comes on through, and unless Stalker can hit it only bot and headshots, Lynx is going to block out all that damage because he's got the Transcendence running. Graviton Surge comes on through, but the LA Valiant keep on fragging. They have so much more to play through. Suddenly now, can Prophet get it done with this copy again? Supports are down. There's not a lot of healing left for the Seoul Dynasty squad. Stalker, though, some major heroics here. And if Stalker can get it done, the Seoul Dynasty will have saved this B point. It does seem like it will be enough. The combination of Prophet copying over towards a Winston, getting the Primal off, Stalker finally finding some frags, is going to be enough for Seoul Dynasty to hold at B. But look at that distance. That could have been, and maybe should have been, a B cap. Thankfully for Seoul it's not. But at this point, it's the entire distance of A and B they have to push.
Stalker takes a big risk there for big reward. Flanks around the back, I believe, goes over the bridge using the slide to get towards the end of the long lane here. And it means that he was basically untouched once Los Angeles Valiant got into the midst of that battle. Could freely snipe away with a left click and then the railgun from longer range, and essentially be able to take his time with his shots and line them up as best as possible. Still, Los Angeles Valiant, though, they're going to be feeling very good about how far they pushed that with only the 2-minute time bank. And now, they return to the Winston once again.
Yeah, I mean, for 2 minutes, that's really damn good time. And if they had Camp B, I think I would have given the map over to them for sure. But even without that, you know, the sort of goodwill I have for Seoul Dynasty is that this is fairly still capable for them. 244, 2 caps here. It can be done. Maybe it should be done. We'll see how they fare. As you mentioned, Marvel staying on the Winston. So just kind of changing up their defensive compositions. The good news about staying on Winston here is that I do think it scales well into B, right? And if you can play for nano primals, you can go for that one and done kind of fight. You just want to have that one very good fight where you do beat the Seoul Dynasty. It's not about how well you're defending over a long period of time. We're going to get into OT pretty quickly here. So LA Valiant, realistically, only need to win one good fight to get the map.
Yeah, that Primal's such a good win condition as well in overtime, when it's not necessarily about fragging the enemy team as much as just taking them away from a cart and forcing the objective-based loss. Prophet already making his way into the back line. Langsa wrapped around here and picks up the health back just to sustain himself a while longer, but the body's so low.
Yeah, well, Marley gets a double bio that allows Becky to swoop on enemy. Both supports are kind of just hiding, reeling from the fact that they got purple. That's a brilliant response. So Becky's been a bit of an issue for the Seoul Dynasty, so Stalker's going to find him. Can they work this 5v4?
Prophet needs to take out Langsa, needs to take him out quickly, but what a headshot from Langsa. That's a huge turnaround. And while Marvel may have been slept, it feels like Seoul Dynasty are just gripping to straws at the moment. Found Marvel low, stayed in for too long. Langsa has survived, but going to be low on health and on friends as Becky simply goes up against the Winston bubble and can't break it in time. Langsa and Stalker, they were the survivors of this battle until Stalker managed to just get so much done over the course of that.
And Stalker, but we saw it from long distance. Langsa was aiming his right click towards Stalker, and I think was only maybe one shot away, body shot or headshot, from taking down Stalker and shutting down the Seoul Dynasty, or at least giving his team a bit of a chance to come back. Heroics from Langsa to do as much as he actually did there, but Stalker with, I believe, something like 4 frags is going to be enough for the Seoul Dynasty to claim a minute now left exactly to try and get us over towards the end of B.
Dia, instantly hit by that railgun, forced out the recall, and now Dia has to be a lot more reserved in terms of their positioning. Stalker not going to back up onto that Pulsar instead, just trying their best to keep Dia at bay. This gives Prophet a lot more space to work with when it comes to contesting that count, and of course looking for a Pulsar as well. Marvel places his body on the line to stop as it moves.
Stuck.
35 seconds remaining, a big stick onto Langsa.
Yeah, 98% for Langsa as well towards the Transcendence. That's awful timing for the LA Valiant. Brilliant timing for the Seoul Dynasty. It's going to be just the Nano now remaining as they wait for Langsa to come on back. Remember, for LA Valiant, they have to win one good fight here. 20 seconds remaining. Holding position as best they can. Molly going down. That's a Nano gone as well. They can't hold on to their supports.
A burst from Smurf is so good. Langsa's next to go. This needs to be a reset for the Valiant. Seoul Dynasty have everything they want and a touch more. A Primal Rage and Nano boost. An overclock as well. Maybe Marvel can make a play here to try and knock people off. And you can see that Becky's actually right now stealthing in the back. Someone needs to be able to touch here to give Becky a distraction to move on through. And now it's Becky time.
Becky time indeed. The Nano comes through, might be able to get himself a duplicate off the damage. Focusing Stalker down first. This 1v1 could be everything, and Stalker wins it. Overclock in hand. It's all that Seoul Dynasty need. They have a 5v4, making a 3 remaining Primal. Has been burnt out from Marvel's side of things. Langsa, he held onto the trance. He used the trance in this fight, but it's not going to be enough. Seoul Dynasty had enough win conditions remaining to get us across the line. Stalker versus Becky. 1 versus 1 for the entire map. And Stalker wins it out for the Seoul Dynasty to get a 2-0.
It was a battle of avatars of death between these two. Becky had almost a showcase game here on Eichenwalde. However, in the end, it was Stalker, as we saw, with the flank around at the end of the Eichenwalde overtime that really secured this for the Seoul Dynasty, and that's a great amount of game sense to really know what the overall win condition was in the midst of a panic when, honestly, LA Valiant were kind of rolling them on the overtime attack.
Yeah, I think that was, again, super winnable for the LA Valiant, right? But even despite pushing all the way to the end of B, you have to give the respect to Seoul Dynasty to say, okay, well, they have 44 more seconds. They probably can do this as well. I have to say, Valiant, despite being 0-2 down, that was a barn burner of the map. Brilliant performance by the LA Valley, despite losing. I mean, look at the score. 5-4 on that map alone tells you everything you need to know about how good Valiant actually were. Unfortunately, though, still can't get a map quite yet. Stalker trying his best to get play of the match today. We'll see if that ends up happening if Seoul Dynasty continue this trend, 2 maps down. How many more do we have left to go? Got to take a bit of a break. We'll find out after this. What I thought might have been a little bit one-sided ends up being very interesting indeed. Leg day with our previous map, Eichenwalde, going 5-4 on the scoreline. You're currently watching the Overwatch League Mid-Season Madness qualifiers here in APAC. And we're in our last week, first match of the day here, and a lot more entertaining than I gave it credit for.
Yeah, this one is pretty entertaining. As we alluded to at the top of the show, Avril, admittedly for both these teams, in the context of Midseason Madness, this game is somewhat meaningless. But when it comes to the overall season, for LA Valiant, this 3-7 team, when it comes to their journey to the playoff spot and potentially doing as well as they deserve to over the course of a long period of time, considering how much this franchise has improved from their dismal 2021, the turnaround needs to start here, and getting some confidence against the best team in APAC at the moment is going to be an amazing start for LA Valiant.
I mean, they've got, you guys casted very early LA Valiant this year with you and the actual Lemon Kiwi, not me, the fake Lemon Kiwi. And it was something like you got their 3rd ever map win so far this year. And
Yes.
I guess the stat line was, okay, well, they've already beaten their previous year's record for how many maps they've won. Well, guess what? They came in today with 17 map wins, so, you know, they've now gotten 15 more map wins than they got in the entirety of the last year. So this LA Valiant is definitely a lot more competitive, and we're seeing that. They are going, in very many ways, toe-to-toe with the best team in the region currently in the Seoul Dynasty on that last map. They didn't win it, but damn, were they actually pretty close to winning it.
Got ourselves a couple of subs once again. Easy Hunt and Innovation once more will show their faces. Do we think that LA Valiant have kind of like made their delineation now that they have 2 DPS duos, or do you think that it's just a coincidence today?
I think you have kind of, looking at it from No Hill's perspective, you have Easy Han, who's more of a, well, he's their dedicated Sojin player. They have like 3 different Tracer players here between Dia, Easy Han, and Innovation, with Innovation probably being their primary Tracer player. It could be like a duo kind of thing. Becky's their dedicated flex DPS player. Let's not talk about Hacker, because I don't actually know if he's actually on the team, despite him appearing to be on the team. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you if he's actually on the team or not. He's an alleged team member. I'll consider there's actually 4 DPSs, because they're the ones that have been played so far. So yeah, maybe No Hill's got himself a bit of a 2 different duos going on here, but between them, I mean, they cover a reasonable amount of bases. You basically have Easy Hunt and Dia kind of having a similar-ish role. Innovation and Becky having a similar-ish role, with an asterisk on top, because Innovation and Becky's hero pool do split off pretty heavily at certain points. But yeah, I mean, this is their sniper lineup. Even though Dia's also a sniper, but Easy Khan's their Sojin player. I don't know, you tell me. There's a lot of overlap, is what I'm trying to say.
It's definitely No Hill season right now, Avril. It's No Hill season.
We're in the No Hill zone
And,
with this comp. With this team, rather, just this entire lineup.
I'm taking us down this rabbit hole because part of me is upset that Becky's been subbed out. He was having a showcase game.
Well, what does he play here, though? Like, yeah, he's having a showcase game, but I don't think you really play Echo
I guess
here.
Genji?
Well, you could play the Genji here, but Tracer with the Sojin has been most teams' primary combination. So, you know, Becky's been good on the Echo, but he was pretty good on the Genji, the kickoff clash as well. But I think in this particular meta, you can't go wrong with the Tracer Sojin combination. Certainly Seoul Dynasty would agree, despite Profit being down.
Speaking of those Sojourns, Fitz finally in the lobby. Menace of the Seoul Dynasty hit scan line showing his face, and Marvel certainly finding that out the hard way as Vindame takes him down. Those Discord orbs, they are hell for Doomfist, and Fitz going to be pocketed through the assailants of Innovation for the moment, as Los Angeles Valiant have put themselves down under Big Earls here for a little bit of cover from the high ground. Fitz is going to get stuck in here, crunching through with Profit, Sun Tzu style, a pincer maneuver from the times of old, as those Testudos will clash and Valiant will fall.
And Marvel the only one surviving that, as LA Valiant lose 4. Brilliant Bionade from Creative to start things out from, and got to give credit to these Ana players. Molly in the last map landed some unreal Bionades that actually got them the 8-point caps on Eichenwalde, but this time around it'll be Creative landing a double Bionade, forcing LA Valiant back. The rest of Seoul Dynasty committing in to collect the kills required. So another attempt now from LA Valiant. Just about 2-ish minutes remaining. Actually had a bit of a potential 1v1 there with Smurf. Could have punched him further in the tunnel. Oh, well, that's happening. Linksa goes down.
Oh, another attempt at trying to assassinate this Zenyatta, but of course, in current patch, Zenyatta quite a hardy support with 225 HP and that ability to kick away any who get too close. Means that Tracer have to be very careful with the engagement ranges if they do decide upon Avril.
Well, Dynasty have a lot of ultimates to play through now. They're getting more ultimates as we speak. LA Valiant have slowed down their approach by quite a significant margin. bit of a far cry from what we saw in Eichenwalde. This is definitely reminding more of the Lijiang Tower gameplay that we saw, where, you know, they're trying to set something up, but somebody's always down. They're not able to really set up any sort of dives. Marvel gets kind of instantly bodied when he dives on in. So certainly the Sigma double flex support lineup will do that to you.
Yeah, the Sigma's just so hard to dislodge from these kinds of arenas. Smurf directly naded by Molly. A little bit less impressive than the long-range ones, but hey, still does the job. Marvel delivered the nano here, tries to identify a target. Smurf is going to be the one that he picks, but he's in no man's land at the moment. Marvel forced to pick between two equally tempting targets, and Creative's one chosen. Lengsa finishes that off, but it's still a trade of the Annas. Both teams going to be lacking in healing for now, as Lengsa didn't have access to the trance, and that means no invincibility when you're stuck. No healing for anybody now. Damage taken is permanent, and Eichenwalde has been the recipient of that. As Seoul Dynasty clean on up, and Los Angeles Valiant's time bank is feeling very worryingly light right now, Avril.
It is, and you know, both teams actually lost their support lines at various points during that fight, but for the Seoul Dynasty, they were confident they were going to win anyway. Smurf still held on to Flux, could have used that at pretty much every single time. Nano onto Marvel, it will get them purchased to dive on in, but finding the rest of the frags and enough frags to actually win is another story altogether. One player lifted up, Molly gets saved by the trance.
That trance, though, now means that Vindame has an advantage. Profit has the recall. Was given the nano, I believe. However, taken out by Innovation. So much help given over by the supports. Eichenwalde round the back with the overclock. Creative going to be forced out of their hidey hole by the disruptor shot, and it's Lengsa who gets the final blow. Finally, when all of their resources are arrayed, Los Angeles Valiant are able to break through the Stalingrad-esque hold that Seoul had completed on first point.
And now they should be able to get the cap here as well. Profit looks like he wants to go for a final contest, but he doesn't quite have the teammates. And you got to be waiting a damn long time for Smurf to get back on in. Fitz, by the way, changing over towards the Ash already tells me they're setting up for a B defense. Smurf is on a Doomfist, and oh my goodness, Profit has actually stalled long enough that the rest of the Seoul Dynasty have arrived.
Now it's a fight. However, Creative punched on the way past by Eichenwalde. Just a quick love tap there from the Sojourn. Innovation's fallen on down, but there aren't enough members of Seoul Dynasty surely to make this work. Fitz placed himself upon the cart, but it's simply a sacrifice to the blood gods and skulls for the Skull Throne. A Seoul Dynasty will have to try this again on B, and Molly's had such a game. That last fight all came down to shutting down the Profit Nano with such a perfectly placed sleep.
Seoul Dynasty, high risk, high reward play then. Trying to go for the recontest. I could see it, I respect it. Ends up not going their way, and the end result will feed further ultimates towards LA Valiant's campaign for this B attack. Further ultimates coming online. You talked about Molly, he has Nano available now. Smurf, we already saw, was on the Doomfist, so our teams be playing the dive as we push on through, and now we are seeing a little bit more of the preference coming through for Ash once more. I think Fitz previously would have preferred to have played the Sojourn here. Profit with a nice stick onto Molly, but Ash has been flavor of the month returning for APAC for sure.
That Molly. So important to remove, especially with the Nano available. Profit actually bites off a little bit more than he can chew. In the saloon, 3 people waiting in there, and I'm afraid this isn't a hoedown that you want to be involved in. Lengsa pops with Transcendence, believing that this is the one to play for. Vindame give him the Nano and chases off Innovation, even if it is going to be the Dynamite that casts the final die. Fitz survives a moment later, and Marvel will finally escape into the loving arms of Molly, who can turn that into some little bit more ult charge. Unfortunately, they already had a Nano. Does mean there's additional burst stealing as Profit. What?
He's been taken down so often. Profit, I don't know how it's happening, but Innovation's been killing him. Lynx has been a monster on the Zen today so far as well. Speaking of Zenyatta plays, here comes that Vindame Transcendence back by Smurf. Also on the Meteor Strike as well. The LA Valiant look like they're too low on members, HP, and just about everything else, but even despite their Innovation, will take one with them.
It's a messy fight, but in the end, Seoul Dynasty have found their targets. Not without considerable expenditure, though. Both teams saw these flashes of brilliance, these victory conditions array before their eyes. And at each point, both teams decided that investment there was going to be their best course of action. Now, 30 seconds remain, Avril.
Easing on over towards the Ash here is all pretty reasonable in the neutral game. Again, longer sight lines on Dorado, not Dorado, Route 66B. I still get baited by the nighttime, you see. And Seoul Dynasty, see if Profit can kind of get back into form here a little bit. Has the Pulse Bomb nearly available. Innovation has it in hand as well. Final fight territory now for the LA Valiant. Well, both teams, really.
Profit, the defender of the cart. keeps that objective in place for now, making sure that Los Angeles Valiant have to keep someone on that at all times. Innovation now looking for his way in. That's a big stick there onto Marvel. Brings from low, but is the healing going to be there? Easy Hans turned it around. Smurf's the first to fall somehow, even with Marvel getting stuck. What a turnaround from the LA Valiant. Overtime warriors, certainly they are, as Innovation grapples with Prophet up close, rolling contested athletics checks to keep this car pushing. And Innovation in the end is the one to strike the final blow, dodging away to make sure they can't be shot under the cart by the Viper in the hands of Fitz, but the Bob is almost prepared, and that might be what is going to continually be the main factor. Bob go kart, I go kill. Fitz is on a big one right now, and Valiant have been peeled from this cart.
It's like 3 to 4 kills from Fitz towards the end there, despite the heroics of the LA Valiant once again. Punishing the players of Soul Dynasty, starting out with Smurf, like you said, the Pulse Bomb stick from Prophet on a great target with Marvel chunking down the main tank, but it's the tank of Soul Dynasty that falls. 5 versus 4. Innovation still just showing his prowess. He's getting so many great kills on this Tracer, playing up to Prophet, beating Prophet in several cases as well. And the LA Valiant, great effort, but towards the end there, Fitz, stalwart in his defense, high ground control. Bob, like you mentioned, available. It doesn't even really need the Bob, does he? Just gets the kills with the rifle on its own.
Yeah, the Bob, I think, gets a final blow, but not really much of a huge factor. Here's Fitz's performance from this particular matchup. You can see that Marvel was a shared frag for most of Soul Dynasty, but the second that Fitz got up onto high ground here was going to be absolutely inassailable.
Yeah.
Cannot be reached by anyone except for either Easy Han or Marvel, and both of them are already dead or out of the fight.
I'll tell you what, though, the one thing that Bob does do is kind of shut down Innovation. Really hard to play as a Tracer in that scenario. I mean, I think all Tracer players already understand playing against a Torb is annoying because the turret tracking you is just, you know, it's frustrating to deal with. A Bob is just, a Bob's like a mega turret. You know, we talk about the fact that we don't have level 3 turret from Torbjorn anymore. Well, that's because Ash has stolen it.
That's the Deadlock Gang's newest score, you know, yeah. They took the level 3 turret.
Courtesy of the Deadlock Gang. Thank you very much, Mr. Swedish man.
Very thematically appropriate.
Speaking of stealing things, you know, like we said, Ash stole the level 3 turret, and Reinforce stole all of Torbjorn's height.
True. LA Valiant now trying for a stalwart defense. There isn't going to be a Smurf this time, a Sigma this time on that particular Nexus. Instead, Smurf is playing the Zarya instead against the defensive Doom. Fitz already fallen at the hands of Easy Han. Means that the long-range poke of Soul is going to be considerably weaker.
Well, Soul kind of playing an interesting comp that has areas of long-range poke and areas where they don't as well. I think looking at the LA Valiant defensive composition, which is currently winning, as they had the opening pick, they'll continue getting a few more picks. It is decently traded by Soul Dynasty though, so we'll see how this one pans out. They kind of want to punish Marvel a little bit by diving on it, so Smurf can play defensively on that Zarya, and well, we saw what he can do with high energy on the previous maps. In any case, after this skirmish does conclude, LA Valiant come out ahead, but with some losses on their side, so a few more respawns, I believe, are still on their way back in, maybe. I don't know, it does look like they have all 5 again.
Molly's pace towards a Nano, though. That's going to be important. 20% ahead of Creative at the moment. Can just plink away with those darts and, of course, keep Marvel topped up to make sure that's going to be available. For LA Valiant here, it's all about moving first. Once you see that Smurf has expended those bubbles, it's about counting those cooldowns and making your move when Soul are at their most vulnerable.
Right now, could be LA Valiant vulnerable. Prophet on the hunt. Discorded out so they know his positioning, so going for these backline sticks has been the specialty so far, but patience does not pay off here because LA Valiant strike first. Another player down for the Soul Dynasty, further players going down here, no supports, no fits, Soul Dynasty have to back out.
However, this is quite a considerable investment here from the LA Valiant. The Nano, the Meteor Strike, and the Pulse Bomb all used in a fight where Soul Dynasty had instantly lost their Ana. They only had Brigitte heals and they didn't use anything. Yeah. I think Los Angeles Valiant may have got a touch overexcited there, Avril, and this could have some long-term implications.
Well, it certainly will be a major it's going to be a major ultimate fight for the Soul Dynasty now in terms of their advantages economically, so they did a good job of maintaining economic control. Resetting the energy on Smurf Zarya doesn't feel great, but here we go. Nano onto profitable people.
is able to find Molly. Huge amount of healing now gone, relying on Lengsa, has to pop the trance as they are surrounded. Eichenwalde with a beautiful headshot onto Fitz, gets rid of so much HP, but unfortunately the staying power of Soul Dynasty may be too much for Lengsa and Eichenwalde to do together. Stuck within the grab, the fundamental forces of Smurf are too much to bear. And I'm afraid that's going to be aces for the first point here, as Soul Dynasty are going to move on to second, and only 80.7 meters stand between them and a 3-0.
I respect the Nan onto Prophet now as well, because what you do see is the fact that he ends up being their dive hero. We're converting the Tracer into a tank, doubling her hero, doubling her, the health bar, I should probably say here, from 150 to 300. It's not quite tank territory, but it will get you certainly some entry, and that's exactly what Prophet did, collecting Molly, like you mentioned there. The Soul Dynasty, despite losing Fitz, well, Smurf, the double grab is enough to get them the point. Los Angeles Valley now looking for some position to be able to hold in. Eichenwalde would love to be playing the Ashe here instead of the Sojourn, but has decided to stay on the Sojourn for now.
Bobbing towards the back, I believe currently aggroed onto Marvel or something, or potentially completely LOS/slept. It's Marvel, round the back, big stun, and despite a little bit of wobbling on the bike, still the headshot could be found onto Creative. And a well-placed dive here from Los Angeles Valiant should result in a team wipe almost flawlessly until Molly is lost, and this could cause some problems as there's going to be a deficit of healing here.
Smurf has to think about Doom or Winston here, because I think the Zarya, on B in particular, is got to end up being a bit of a struggle to contest so much high ground available, especially when they've just been fully reset here as well. Eichenwalde was saying maybe he thinks about playing a Sojourn because Smurf is on the Zarya. Smurf ends up being a reasonable railgun charge battery, and I think most of the difficulty with playing Sojourn in some of these metas is what do I shoot to get railgun charge versus Sigma. It's easy versus any sort of slow tank on the ground like Zarya. It's easy versus the big diving tanks. It can be a bit harder. So here, let's see if Smurf can maintain.
And of course, if Smurf is discorded. Okay, sometimes Overwatch happens, and Overwatch just happened. Marvel,
whoa.
What in the world was that? Prophet just got absolutely dumpstered.
And he's still got the meteor strike as well, so I don't even think he's really in trouble. Looking for an environmental. Smurf's been destroyed by Lengsa. 5 ultimates online for the LA Valley, and they don't have to use anything. They're just destroying the Soul Dynasty through sheer frag power. Marvel went down to critical HP, but he doesn't die. What an absolute god of a Doom player.
Had to hold my tongue there for a second. And one of the things that I was mentioning before Marvel really took my attention was that the Discord Orb is a big problem for Smurf. It's a big problem for all tanks, but Zarya in particular does not have armor, so doesn't really have a huge amount of staying power once that Discord Orb is on.
And doesn't have the sort of, escape tools that a Doom would have as well, and you can sort of see the slowness of the Soul Dynasty comp now because they are staying on the Zarya, and they're not going to be changing anymore because we're on no time remaining. Pulse Bomb onto the shield. Okay, well, Soul survived that one. Oh my innovation!
Slow, but geometry. His bullets. Oh, so fast, so furious, and now guess who's up in the commanding position? Eichenwalde with the overclock of a nano behind it. Huge amounts of damage to pump, but guess who else is here? Smurf, yet again with the grab at long range, places the Sojourn within it. I've had enough of your shenanigans, and Fitz has had enough of this matchup. 3-0 demands Fitz, and blood shall be called for. A sacrifice met by the Los Angeles Valley, and now the cart shall just stroll in towards the end. Yes, Marvel is to try and contest this, but he can't even use the meteor strike. It's too fast, too furious, too sticky, too gooey, and too disgusting for TV. Soul Dynasty finish up with a 3-0.
I mean, it was looking pretty difficult towards the end there, but it ends up being too easy for the Soul Dynasty, I fear. How good was that? Smurf into the grab. To be honest, it actually missed. I don't know if you caught that, but the grab misses, but Eichenwalde walks into it. He actually walked into the grab that actually went nowhere. It went somewhere. It went into the middle of, I guess, the entire lane, the pushing lane, and then it did a better job than zoning. It ended up still getting them a ton of value, so well done to Smurf for that, but what an interesting final fight there. It feels like it goes really well for the LA Valley. They're holding their 5 ultimates. They don't have to use anything to, defend the point. They're winning in such a heavy manner. But then it all falls apart. I mean, we don't even get to see the meteor strike from Marvel, and I'm not talking about his final recontest. I'm talking about just in that final fight before we even talk about recontesting. So a number of things there where, you know, Smurf even ends up on the high ground somehow, but we talk about the fact that Zarya was going to struggle doing that, and he took the time to walk on top of it. I think he might have, not quite rocket jump, but like a Zarya right-click jump off the payload onto the high ground there as well to look for the angle and the grab. Just small things like that to get their players into position, but it was looking super dire for the Seoul Dynasty for a long time.
Yeah, and it was looking dire for the Seoul Dynasty, but where they definitely looked at their best was when Stalker was in on the Sojourn, and that's why he's going to be our player of the match, because otherwise this could have very easily been a 2-to-1 scenario right now. Eichenwalde was just a huge game for Stalker on the Sojourn, and of course Lijiang Tower, well, Taezonde doesn't like to talk about Lijiang Tower. This was very much Seoul's through and through, and Stalker was a big part of that.
He's been a big part of the lineup today for sure, both Ash and also the Sojourn play that we've grown accustomed to now out of Stalker. This is someone that didn't even really get play time in the kickoff clash. I think came in for a couple of maps, played a little bit of Tracer. He actually did play the Tracer today as well. That's one thing that is really good about the Stalker Prophet kind of duo, is that to me Stalker is a bit of a clone of Prophet, so I don't know what Seoul Dynasty did, but Arnold's bought himself, he's created himself a cloning machine, and they said, you know what, can we just make a second Prophet? And they did. So, Seoul Dynasty, with that, it's a second Prophet that also has a hit scan pool, which is crazy. So he's got some hero shared between both Prophet and Fitz, which is really incredible. So coming in very late into the rookie conversation, but making some big waves.
Yeah, Prophet underwent mitosis and did it formulated Stalker. And for my money, honestly, I think Stalker has the best mechanical tracking I've seen since Bunny Avril. I've seen Stalker do a lot of tracking. I watched him a lot on Gen G in Korean Contenders. And I watched him a lot in Korean Contenders on Gen G, and every time I saw Stalker on Trips, I was like, is this guy legit? That's some mad tracking.
He legitimately, when we say bad, you mean like bad, good, bad.
Yeah.
He's got a, because most people who are not familiar with his career in Contenders, he's had different elements of his hero pool being displayed in multiple different metas over the course of Contenders, where he's been the primary projectile player, he's been the primary hit scan player. He really has an extremely flexible hero pool to the point where I genuinely think he is a potential hyperflex in that he does move between the two roles quite fluidly and has been, like Proper on O2 Blast in his various games, the primary DPS player that plays whatever the most important hero is in a meta. This is his time back on Gen G, because he was like the player on Gen G, right? So now he's able to show some of that flexibility now onto the Seoul Dynasty squad as well. So we do get to the 3-0 leg day. Took a little bit of a scenic route on Eichenwalde, got things to be a little bit more interesting on Route 66 as well, but nature is healing. 3-0, Valiant unfortunately do not end their loss streak, and Seoul Dynasty continue to move on up. Speaking of moving forward though, guys, that is going to be our first game done and dust. We're going to take another quick break, but when we come back, we'll talk a little bit more about the game and then get ready for the next.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome back to the Overwatch League here. Bit of a game break moment as we break down what happened in our opening match of the day here in the final week of Midseason Madness Qualifiers. Seoul Dynasty had already locked up first place, but just stat padding the scoreline a little bit further. A 3-0 sweep. Very competitive in the middle there, but not quite enough for Valiant to get a map.
Yeah, Valiant came close so many times, and admittedly, that final fight on Route 66 could have gone the other way if, I think it was Innovation, got caught on map geometry, trying to exit towards the outhouse from a little skirmish on the Mega Pack, looking to get a stick on those
the outhouse was
clumped
occupied.
up players.
Someone was in it.
Shrek was in there, somebody once told me. And unfortunately, that really did sort of snowball into a 5 ultimate advantage for Los Angeles Valiant, not really being able to turn into anything. We saw Marvel get overrun so quickly that couldn't Meteor Strike out, and even then, coming into contest a car at the end, died so quickly that the Meteor Strike was saved for Overwatch 3. And honestly, I think the Seoul Dynasty, they put themselves in dire straits, let's be honest, Avril, with the insistence upon the Zarya comp. The slow and lack of vertical approach really meant that dislodging Eichenwalde was a real challenge, and it meant Lengsa and Molly had a lot more space to work with as well, and Lengsa and Molly today have been pretty much on fire.
So about even on that last map, Marvel as well, with his flyby kill into Profit, controlling all the space. They had that one fight where they, didn't have to use any ultimates, had 5 online, used nothing to win. I think this will be it here, actually. Just boom, sliding off geometry. That was like a Tony Hawk Pro Skater move, just off the side of that.
It really was.
The mountain, whatever the hell that is, and just off the cliffside, I should probably say, straight into Profit. Had no idea what happened there. This is like Call of Duty Advanced Warfare. We're doing wall running now from Marvel. It's just all crazy stuff.
Some inventive social media guru is going to make a good Tony Hawk's Pro Skater edit of that one. Have the fakie in, get your grind combo, make sure you keep that combo multiplier going up and up. Seoul Dynasty, they finally got Fitz onto his high ground, and it meant that you had to get rid of Eichenwalde first, who was doing pretty well on the Sojourn, to be fair, but I think for me, I was most impressed with the support line of the LA Valiant. Like, Becky really impressed me, but he was only in for one map, and honestly, I would have liked to have seen a little bit more of Becky, because he was having a great day today.
It's very promising for the LA Valiant. I think some people will use this from the angle of, there's two perspectives. You can either look at it from Seoul's POV or LA Valiant's POV. If you're only looking at it from Seoul's POV, you're like, oh no, how did they look? How did LA Valiant look competitive against Seoul? That's so bad for Seoul. Or, I think the other approach, which I think is the accurate one, is no, Seoul's good, they're doing their normal things, but LA Valiant are just a heavily underrated team that is probably deserving of a bit more respect, given that, okay, they have some bad moments, but damn, can they have some good moments too. It won't give them a map. I think Eichenwalde was very winnable, but it'll be another opportunity for LA Valiant down the line. Speaking of down the line, let's get ready to head towards our next matchup here. We have Hangzhou Spark taking on the Chengdu Hunters, but that all happens after this break. What's up, APAC fam? Welcome to the Overwatch League Midseason Madness Qualifiers here, match number 2. On our last week, it's me, Avril, with Leg Day. This is, what did you call it again? This is the gacha roll caster combination. How many, how many stars?
5-star gacha roll.
Is it? Oh, I like that.
Yeah, it's a 5-star. It's very rare. We're usually locked in with well, you less so. You've had quite a few casting partners over the last couple of weeks, Avril. For me, it's usually it's lemon kiwi. I've at least kept halfway there. I've got a kiwi, but you are lacking a little bit of a citrine element.
Okay, yo, maybe.
However, you make up for it with immense knowledge.
Do you know what? Kiwi itself is already a fruit, so we don't need to go too far. With I'll just stick to just the vanilla kiwi, which is a normal kiwi here. Don't need a secondary fruit to pair up with that one. Hangzhou Spark and the Chengdu Hunters. Let's talk about them a little bit here. So obviously yesterday we saw the Chengdu Hunters up against the Shanghai Dragons. Pretty damn competitive game from the Chengdu Hunters, but unfortunately with that loss they are knocked out of Mid-Season Madness tournament contention. They can no longer qualify through. A team that has qualified through is Hangzhou Spark, and things are still not fully clear in terms of their position though. So while they are qualified, they aren't guaranteed a second seed just yet. They could be third seed here, they could be second seed here. Based on my calculations, if the Hangzhou Spark win 2 matches, their next 2 games, including this one, with any scoreline, they will get second seed, being that they are currently, I believe, 4 maps ahead of the Shanghai Dragons. So they just got to win, regardless of the scoreline.
It's not going to be an easy one today, though. To look at our starting lineup, of course, Alpha Yi and Shy are going to be starting an explosive damage duo. Alpha Yi certainly has captured some imaginations over the course of his couple of debut games for Hangzhou Spark. He's been hanging around in Chinese contenders for a while. I remember one of the first events I ever casted had Alpha Yi on some ancient Chinese teams. Super Rich and Irony on the support line. Irony, of course, has been a newer addition to the overall field of play for Overwatch League on that Ana, and it has been okay, but honestly, Molly, for me, has been really impressive over on the LA Valiant, and we've seen so many impressive Anas that Irony might need a little bit more to stand out to me.
Yeah, so, obviously people also remember Alpha Yi from, or at least I do, from Contenders Korea Team Diamond with Flora, Takoyaki, and Unique as well. That's Hangzhou Spark out of the way, though. Let's talk about the Chengdu Hunters a little bit here, who have looked very much improved so far in the Mid-Season Madness. I think they got to a very slow start in the Kickoff Clash. Wasn't the greatest in the Kickoff Clash, let's be honest. They actually gave LA Valiant their first ever win so far in their season, which, given where LA Valiant are now, is not completely out of the question, right? Like we just established after the Seoul game, that Valiant are a pretty competitive team, but Hunters are now just zooming past everybody. I would go so far as to say that power ranking-wise, I think to me, they're like my 3rd best team here. If I was to pick, I'd put Hunters in 3rd behind Seoul Dynasty and Dragons. Honestly, yeah, they played so well versus all their opponents so far in terms of strength. Unfortunately, based on standings, they're a little bit further down. Spark are ahead of them. But this is also the opportunity for Spark to prove that, you know what, we deserve to be in the top 3 there instead. We are currently sitting in the 3rd place positioning as far as seeding goes, with, like I mentioned, the opportunity to get 2nd here, not 1st because they're too far behind Seoul, but certainly enough to get 2nd. They can prove that, okay, Hunters have looked good, but we can look even better than that. There should be a very interesting, hopefully close match, because 2 powerhouse Chinese teams that have pretty good results so far in the meta, and one of them that we are guaranteed to see in the Mid-Season Madness. So I'm hoping that Spark will be able to kind of light themselves up here and give us the true display of what a top 4 team looks like.
Yeah, Chengdu Hunters, a little bit of a more limited roster, with only the mandatory 6 players on it. And if you'll come with me on a journey, Avril, I'm going to ponder my orb of Reddit analysis right here. And I think there was a bit of concern coming into this season as to how Jinmu would be faring on his less traditional heroes, away from the usual projectile heroes on things like the Sombra, on things like the Tracer. His Genji has always been good, and in my opinion remains good. When I watched yesterday's game of Chengdu Hunters, I think Jinmu had one of his best rated performances, being able to go toe-to-toe with Fleta.
Yeah.
Our Season 3 MVP, Jinmu is having a great season in the last few games.
And that's the thing, right? I've often looked at this team with Chengdu Hunters, and despite the rest of the roster, I very much base their overall strength around how good Jinmu is. The reason I do that is because really, to me, the success of how far they can go comes down to, can Jinmu fill the hole that leaves behind? Because Leave was the Tracer player. He was the flex DPS on the team, even though he's a hyperflex that plays everything. But that's being proven now from the fact that he's had to move over to Hitscan to cover that gap that's been left behind. Jinmu has humongous shoes to fill. And yesterday, in their match versus the Shanghai Dragons, I felt like he filled those shoes. Like, that was not the first time, but that was a clear example of me looking at it being like, Jinmu's really playing at a crazy high level on that particular game. As we all finally remember, if you missed out on that game, I heavily recommend you go back. There was a 1 versus 2 moment as well. Jinmu versus both Iziaki and Lep. He was on 20 HP, and he outplayed them and won that 1v2 as a Genji on 20 HP. So, just unbelievable performances on the side of the Chengdu Hunters. Let's see if that continues. Let's see if the Hangzhou Spark can pull through and beat the Hunters. Today it will be Sombra Ball Tracer versus Classic Bernard Doom with Shy on the Ash as well.
A little bit more direct damage for Hangzhou Spark with Shy opening up on that Ash. Jinmu forced to move away quickly, and of course no kill found onto Bernard, who used his power block to take out a large majority of the incoming burst and turn that into pain for the enemy team. Hangzhou Spark, when it comes to the initial layup here, do have some good control of the grounds, and Monk's just inadvertently wandered his way into the hands of Alpha Yi, but Alpha Yi might be a little bit nervous about taking that particular duel. Bernard falling low here, surrounded, and while it isn't going to be a full cancel and a full hack from Jinmu, it will at least keep Bernard out of the fight for a little while longer. Alpha Yi hacked up once again by Jinmu. Remember that the Sombra does, I believe, 40% more damage to the targets that are hacked, so they become incredibly vulnerable to taking those 1 versus 1 duels and being exploited by the huge DPS that Sombra can pump out in those situations.
Just from the Sombra, though, so unfortunately the rest of the team still needs to help out. Sombra can do some reasonable damage, but everyone else needs to be piling in and being able to add. And speaking of that right now, I mean, the Hangzhou Spark between Alpha Yi and Shy get 4 kills. They lose Burner, but they come on back. Chengdu Hunters, I believe, no, they got First Blooded. They lost Nisha to Super Richu, then was traded out via Gaga, killing Burner. But Hangzhou Spark will be to collect the rest. So a very extended initial neutral fight that goes the way of the Hangzhou Spark. Pay attention, by the way, to Shy's ultimate charge, already on 74.
And we already talked about the strength of Bob against players who play Tracer, who are relying upon the svelte physique of Tracer to really give her a lot more staying power now when you don't have a second tank to really absorb some of that damage. Jinmu opening up with a hack onto Alpha Yi, but unable to really finish off the kill for now. Instead, a lot of focus giving over onto Shy. Now 10% away from the Bob. Bernard blown away by Leave elsewhere. A good sticky moving on over, and that's going to be a flip. Shy didn't want to reduce themselves to the ground from a pavilion, instead preferring the high ground instead, and now Chengdu Hunters can play from a more defensive position. Out goes the Bob, and yes, there are mines available. The question for Chengdu Hunters is, with Shy down, do they even need to invest this? Because Bob isn't on the point contesting it.
I don't know where the Bob actually went. Unfortunately, it could have been hacked out. A number of things could have happened to the Bob in either case. Not going to be helping them out in this fight. Burner receives a very clutch now. Nearly went down there, but Irony will still pay the iron price for it. Hangzhou Spark down to just 3 members. Burner hacked out. Actually couldn't use his meteor strike because of the hack. So Chengdu Hunters clean up 3 members. They get rid of Shy early, and they have the cap the entire way through because they flipped it so early. They won the fight after they flipped, so they just get all this percentage cap.
Alpha Yi, quick swap to the Widowmaker and the Spawn just to make sure that Spawn camping is a little bit less tempting for the Chengdu Hunters. For now, though, Leave just poking away, looking to once again get that Pulse Bomb in hand to stick to Bernard, especially if he gets discorded. Takes a lot of pain from that stick. Shy hacks Jinmu, trying to stay alive in this duel as Gaga plays up on high. A bird's eye view, a big stick. Irony, he can't see a fight, he can't buy one, Avril. Every time he moves on in, blown up by the raid explosives of the Chengdu Hunters. 69% is a nice little bit for the Chengdu Hunters now to play from this defensive position, and I think that Hangzhou Spark are likely going to have to call this fight here.
Well, Gaga is down, so Spark have 5 here. They can strike exactly at the right time where it hurts for the Hunters. And it does hurt a little bit more the Jinmu down, and this is the kind of thing, right, we snowball from 5v4 into another 5 versus 4, just converting extra members to make sure that Hunters do not have eloquent numbers up. They will hit the 99%. Alpha Yi is going to miss that pulse bomb, but still kill Gaga anyway.
Leave, huge amounts of healing onto him here, but no more armor packed as Alpha Yi at range. Excellent tracking, takes down Nisha. And Jinmu once again might be found. It's going to be crunched in from multiple sides, has to translocate away instead. 99% here for Chengdu Hunters.
And I actually think that maybe Alpha Yi said he missed the pulse, but perhaps he actually stuck it onto Gaga, which is what allowed him to get that kill. In either case, Gaga went down to Alpha Yi, who collected the second kill as well. Just now will be setting up for the dive via both Jinmu and Gaga here. We have Mines, we have EMP, and EMP here best served, I think, to just collect whatever solo kills they can get. So if they can find good individual pickups with that, that'll be pretty decent. Well played by Burner as well. He knew he was being hacked out. Jumps away in time, so it isn't going to be left in the dust to get soloed and, well, I guess ganged up on by the Hunters.
Hangzhou Spark spacing here is going to be of the utmost importance. With
Solo.
that EMP only hits 2 people, and that means that there's not really enough damage done there. Leave falls down to Shy. A single headshot's enough to put the Tracer in the grave. A Time Demon has been exercised by Her Majesty of Ash, who now can look over onto Jinmu, try and force him out. Taking their time there, that means Bernard is just peppered around by so many different sources of damage, and now given over onto Alpha Yi here. Dare you try and invest for Pulse Bomb as well? Monk goes in to tank that. Don't worry, boys, I'll just deal with this one for you. Out goes the Bob onto the back line, but I think it's going to be easily rotated away from. There is no touch from Chengdu Hunters. The Mines can't contest that for a while.
Yeah, this has been a problem with the Hunters for a while now. You know, even yesterday as well, their match versus Seoul Dynasty, their objective control has just been a bit of an issue, and it continues to today as well. We actually saw that Leave was there, and just as we got the overhead cam of the point not being contested, you see Leave blinking on, so they were moments away. And it's Oasis again. I don't know if you remember this one, but they played versus Seoul week 1 of Midseason Madness, a game that they almost won, probably should have won. Obviously, if you don't win, you don't deserve to win, but they could have won if they didn't C9. They C9 3 times, and one of them was crucially on Oasis, on Gardens, this particular round, this particular sub-map. So Hunters, they still just need to work on that. That's been a big problem for them for quite some time now. So I feel like we've been robbed of a few better Hunters performances and results purely from the fact that something goes wrong when the overtime hits, and, well, people can't contest, or people aren't contesting.
That's one of the things about the construction of this team, right? Sometimes Leave needs to carry, and Leave can't really carry that much if he's the one who has to continually try and contest this point. Jinmu combines fire with multiple others to take down Bernard. Now no tank for Hangzhou Spark, and might be forced to give away the first cap here, even though Monk's going to fall on down somehow. An anti, I believe, was delivered by Irony. Still Chengdu Hunters grab the first control, and Shy has got rid of Leave. This is by no means a called fight just yet, as Bernard has returned.
Shanghai is still, not Shanghai, Chengdu rather. My mind's still on yesterday a little bit. Okay, Shy with the second kill so far. It was a good game, I'm not going to lie. I think about Chengdu, I think about the Shanghai game from yesterday, but now let's think about the fact that they are down 1 round. They got their initial cap, 17% is reasonable. Jinmu actually got a ton of damage, but look at that, 75%. And, well, Alpha Yi also on 87, but, you know, we expect that Tracer should have a lot of high charge. It's been difficult for Sombras to get much done in this year's meta in Overwatch 2, generally speaking, so the fact that Jinmu's managed to get that is pretty reasonable.
Jinmu. More pings identifying the targets. Nisha elsewhere. Blown apart by Alpha Yi. And Chengdu at this point might be well advised to simply take their ball and go home.
It's too late. Mum said dinner's on. Dinner's ready. You have to go home, guys. Look, it's nighttime in Oasis. It makes sense. Alrighty. 39% roughly now. Hangzhou Spark in the lead. Hunters waiting for the trigger to be pulled. The only ultimate is going to be the EMP. As the Pulse Bomb is gone, that is the only ultimate available now. We saw previously that he did use it as a double onto both Shy and Alpha Yi, and that didn't actually result in any kills. And while we're waiting for that to happen, Shy continues to find these frags.
Dude, Jinmu getting caught in stealth as these engagements come in messes with everything for Chengdu Hunters. They wanted Jinmu to get up onto high ground, or at least have a place to try and activate that EMP from for people that Gaga may well have knocked down, but because Jinmu was already in a duel, it was easy to line up a sleep onto Gaga and thereafter execute them. And of course, the Ash here, able to continuously get headshots onto Leave and remove him in one shot. Bernard up against the Zenyatta, has to back out for a second. Re-enters.
Yeah, EMP catches 3 there, and Shy is melted down, but that seems to be the only member so far. Bernard staying alive best he can. Hack is still on to Ironing and Super Rich, but they can use their abilities, so the Hunters are able to trade a couple more. It's nearly 90% now for the Hangzhou Spark, so Hunters have to get this flip immediately, and it just seems like they're not going to have enough pressure to do so. They've had to back out, wait for a couple of respawns. Hangzhou Spark will also get their respawns. Jinmu, first to arrive on the scene.
Jinmu going to be the one to tap it for overtime. There's the stick coming through. Alpha Yi doesn't quite claim a life with it for now. Jinmu surrounded. Might die here, but it's the mines that are going to be able to strike first. Bob moves on through and should be able to contest. Just skids to a halt before instantly being hacked to Discord and potentially eviscerated as well. There's the cap coming through from Chengdu Hunters. Transcendent still in the back pocket for Monk, but it needs to be decided if it's going to be relevant and necessary in this fight. Hangzhou Spark have given over the Transcendence and, of course, the kill as well onto Super Rich, removing the younger Lindholm from the fray as Shy places himself in a safer area. But Monk, what a snipe!
Can't be that safe, and Monk has got sight lines on top of you. You've entered this territory here for sure, as the Hunters are going to be looking for whatever stagger kills they can find towards the end. Probably won't end up happening at this stage, with Burner standing into the front lines, absorbing all the damage despite being hacked up. It does give Jinmu plenty of ult charge, working towards that next EMP. Always going to be a little bit useful. Certainly a few members here that suffer from being hacked more than most, and that is going to be Burner most of all.
Yeah, Burner unable to really get himself away from that pulse with either movement ability because of the hack. There's an attempt at a stick, and it is going to connect. A big old yeet from Alpha Yi, and yeeting into the backline too. He's finished with this map. That's all that she sang. Alpha Yi absolutely popping off with the nano. This was the kind of efficiency that Irony was dreaming of, and now Chengdu Hunters with an EMP in that back pocket have to just dash onto a point, try and leave Gaga alive for a moment longer as Jinmu gets into position to take away so much max HP. But can you follow it up alone? Leavers arrive too, Solo and Antied as well. Bernard's got the chase down, and Jinmu simply can't stay and fight for too long, but now with both the supports arriving, it might be a little bit doable. Meteor strike up into the air, and Bernard slams down on that back line, finding Monk so low, and once again, there is no touch. It's the same song 6-pack from the Chengdu Hunters as Hangzhou Spark take Oasis.
Well, this time around, I think credit given to the Hangzhou Spark. They had that one locked down. They survive against the 5-man EMP. Desperation contest coming through the Chengdu Hunters. Touching wouldn't have really helped them at that stage. It was a bit of a slow burn into a loss. Hangzhou Spark had that one locked down. Very different, in my opinion, from what we saw in City Center, which was still winnable. In my opinion, to count as an actual C9, it has to be pretty winnable for the team that doesn't contest payload. If you're all dead and you're going to lose anyway, that's confirmed not a C9 from me, as I'm a constable of the C9 police. Superintendent Achilleos has informed me of what the real C9s are. He knows, and I'm just here to keep to lay the law down a little bit on the lawless land that is the chat over there. So, Hunters 0-2, competitive. Still not really enjoying the Sombra that much. I think it's got its kinks to work out. EMPs actually looked reasonably good in terms of their value, but reasonably good for something that's low value is still not super high value. Would have preferred to see something a little bit more active, maybe the Jinmu back on the Tracer, which we both mentioned was pretty good yesterday, leaving a Sojourn something else. But the Sombra experiment does not go well for the Chengdu Hunters, and it will allow the Hangzhou Spark to finish off our first map 1-0 pretty clean. We'll get ready to head over to the next one. We'll take a bit of a break. When we come back, map 2 on your screens. back, APAC gang. We're ready for map number 2 here between Hangzhou Spark and the Chengdu Hunters. After a 2-0 win on Oasis here, Hunters unfortunately couldn't quite get the objective in their sights in terms of contesting on City Centre. Gardens, bit of a different story, but one story that remained true the entire time is that oh boy, Shy is definitely on a bit of a heater today in terms of landing those headshots on the Tracers, especially Leave. Had a bit of a rough time on that second round.
Yeah, the ability to one-shot a Tracer with a headshot on the Ashe is definitely a huge part of one of the reasons why we're seeing, I think, in my opinion, as much Ashe as we are in APAC. Like, to a degree, she's very consistent as a DPS, being able to instantly deliver that hit scan damage from just scoping in, as opposed to the Hanzo could be a little bit less reliable, and of course for Sojourn, who is having to build up the charge on the railgun, and the ability to instantly headshot a Tracer and remove her from play is not to be underestimated when you think about how much power you can remove from an enemy team, like getting rid of Leave with one well-placed shot. On the other side, Alpha Yi getting that quick triple with the Nano definitely came to play today, and unfortunately that brings us to talking about Jinmu, who I am hoping is committing to putting the Sombra in the bin for a moment.
Probably. I mean, I think at this stage, every single team that's tried to play Sombra, and this is even coming through from teams that have had historically successful Sombras. I'm talking about Lip being the best Sombra in the world.
Shanghai
Fitz has been a very good Sombra. Jinmu played a lot of Sombra last year. Was one of the best Sombras that we saw last year as well, given that Chengdu and Shanghai were the best ball Sombra teams. And all three of these Sombra players have had like just okay results. I mean, even if you win with a Sombra, it seems like they're kind of struggling. I think at this stage, everyone has to kind of accept that the Sombra experiments do not go well. They usually tend to blow up in your face, and even if you do win, feels like you would have won easier with something else. So, Chengdu Hunters, got to be looking towards a Jinmu Echo. Sojin on the defense here for Leave as well. Shy over towards the Sojin. So we've been talking plenty about the Ashe versus Sojin debate, and part of it also for me is the consistent output of the Ashe's damage. When I look at damage stats between Ashes and Sojins, the Ashe definitely can put out a lot more raw damage, whereas the Sojins will get more final blows. Certainly right now, both teams want to go towards that Sojin for the initial A defense and attack.
Hangzhou Spark, upon seeing their setup here for Chengdu Hunters, have decided to go for a bit of a faster comp here. With the Wrecking Ball, won't require as much healing as something like a Sigma, or of course a Winston would, and so no need to go for Yana instead. A little bit more survivability for Irony potentially from Super Rich being able to maybe ward away Gaga.
Dude, Irony's just like walking up. Okay, he's just there. He just gets Gaga down.
He's just walking.
He just runs into Gaga and takes him down. Chengdu Hunters will respond to Alpha Yi. And we have quite a melee happening on this A point now. Multiple frags coming through from both sides. Irony, the raid boss, has been taken down, but Chengdu Hunters, not too sure if they can maintain control of this cap for now, because even if they do get some players on that payload, the respawns do favor the Hangzhou Spark in response. So seems like it has been stabilized by the Chengdu Hunters, but they're still waiting for their own respawners.
A less of an expeditious retreat there for Bernard. Has been able to stay in the backline for a while longer. Remember, if he gets under 50% HP, that's when the focusing beam comes out and the pain will indeed arrive. Shy so low off the back of the anti can a finish be found. Jinmu can't commit to the beam and now is in deep trouble. There's still Nisha in the backline, slain by Bernard. Alpha Yi continues to be a terror on the Tracer, and Chengdu Hunter's defense is slowly being picked apart as Jinmu tries to turn this one around. This is quite a weird position for Leave, and Bernard says you're a pancake now, mate.
Leave's just trying to get whatever final frag he can get. He knows the fight's over. To be honest with you, the fight was over as soon as both their supports died. So for the Hangzhou Spark, looking pretty comfortable there, especially like you mentioned, Alpha Yi has been a bit of a terror on the server on this Tracer from both of our combined maps. You noted the 3K onto Oasis, well, Pulse Bomb as well as just frags and damage in general will get Hangzhou Spark across the line after 2 attempts on A.
Jinmu has access to the duplicate here. Likely to try and copy the Tracer, probably. Maybe the Brigitte, get a quick rally and really allow for a big brawl alongside Gaga. Control of the high ground here, so important for Chengdu Hunters, especially with Leave being able to bash away their Monk. Saved by the rally. And now Shy has to contemplate, do I use the overclock here? So low, there's the Brigitte copy. Huge amounts of brawling power now with 2 sets of Inspire. Having to carve through these mines still might be an issue as Irony falls out of a Transcendence that was previously invested. Quite an unfortunate position here. That's going to be Gaga taking down both for supports though with a Primal Rage. Anger management at its best, just using the punching bags of Overwatch as Gaga picks up the third.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there. I mean, I don't think Shia was going to be too long for this world anyway. He's just kind of surrounded by everybody, but you love to see it. The right click from Gaga to nail him down. Alpha he responds with a pulse bomb on towards Monk, who's been taken out twice in a row now, and with that, Alpha he just keeps on going. He's converted his second frag, and will it be Alpha Yi that gave the Hangzhou Spark A point? He's going to give the B point over to the Hangzhou Spark as well. He's been doing tons of damage here.
Exit frags. The Tracer's speciality as the fight begins to break down as Chaos takes hold. That's when Tracer is at her best. Bernard can easily heal up here using the Mega, and once again will move in alongside Alpha Yi. That's a priority target in the form of Leave. Dashes through the Disruptor field over to safety for now as Chengdu Hunter set up for a fight for the climax of B. Gaga has dove in alone. He doesn't have access to a Primal, but does have a target here and might be quite tempting. The Disruptor field avoided.
Wow.
A Nano given over to Gaga. Cleave for everybody. But this is a risk to move in against this wall. Could be knocked off here. Super Rich certainly trying for it, but such a well-played shield, Avril.
I mean, we're looking at a situation where Super, or rather Shy, just kind of evades Gaga. He slides in the opposite direction, completely, you know, outplays the targeting from Gaga to avoid dying there. Goes back to his own team. They group up together in a position where it's hard for Gaga to follow up. And Hangzhou Spark, off the back of it, where Gaga unfortunately can't get it done. I thought it was for sure going to be a Hunter's fight win. They had Prime already there as well, multiple members in the side room, could have wiped them out, had supports being caught, Shy certainly being caught, but ends up being that nobody is netted, so plenty of fish in the sea, but none caught by the Chengdu Hunters, despite it looking like it was going to be a pretty decent catch of the day. Hangzhou Spark, after Alpha Yi getting those couple of frags, have just been snowballing the entire way through.
Possibly could have been a bit more of a crunch there, coming in from the back with the DPS. Gaga waylaid on their dive in here, and Bernard's going to be sent in the opposite direction as well, but second swing just as good, looking for a way to try and slam down onto these vulnerable squishies. Leave moves back for a moment, trying to survive, playing the life, knowing that the overclock could be their ticket to a fight victory here. Shy packing the same, however, and Irony has so much additional HP there thanks to the forced rally. Gaga given the Discord Orb though, and that's going to make surviving difficult. Jinmu with a double. Both for supports fall in tandem, holding hands as they move their way down the river Styx and find their hotel booking in Tartarus.
Yeah, both the supports got both of these coming through from Jinmu as well. Chengdu Hunters. What a play coming out. I mean, we talked about the Jinmu Tracer from yesterday looking fantastic. He'll bring it through finally. On the defensive side of Eichenwalde, the seat. Leave now getting a frag onto Bernard. Traded for Jinmu. Not really favouring the Hangzhou Spark just yet. They would need an extra frag. They have this. They have the ultimates available to get a good push on, but Snowball ending here is so massive. The Chengdu Hunters to be able to reset the Hangzhou Spark, and now look at your screens. It does not lie to you. Jinmu's decided to lock in the round.
Oh, it's going up against the Sigma here. That shield will not last long at all when faced with the raw DPS of a Junkrat, and especially on these 90-degree angles on the corners. You have to be very careful moving forward. Avoidance there off the pulse on Leave moves forward. That's the overclock and the nano as well. Huge amounts of damage to be done, and Alpha Yi's found the business end of it. No need for headshots, maybe the body will do. And Irony sending body shots Leave's way too. That's an accretion onto Nisha, removing the Inspire healing. That's a large amount that's gone now of Hangzhou Spark. Unlikely to be able to sustain themselves here against the damage of Jinmu, but that is predicated upon the hitting of the grenades. A small bastion of safety is generated by Gaga, but quickly blown away, as that's going to be another overclock now from Shy. If this gets paid dirt, this should be the finish of the map here. Remember, this penetrates multiple members. If only it can find the targets, but Leave is simply quicker, Avril.
Yeah, Leave will get the final blow onto Shy instead, who, despite having multiple members of the sidelines, couldn't quite get them. Gaga trying his best to get some support players here. Jinmu even gets a frag on a Super Rich. This is looking very defendable. Monk not that far off from getting the nano. Nisha already has his rally available. And with Bernard caught on the sidelines, the Hangzhou Spark can do nothing but back on out. Leave will find another on his way. through the back line of the Hangzhou Spark. Just stagger kills me. This all counts when there's only 15 seconds remaining.
Think about how easily Lieve can charge up that railgun as well off a Sigma shield. It's one of the most fertile grounds to try and make sure that the energy is indeed available. Gaga lies in wait, as does the Riptire, trying to pressure out the Tracer, and indeed it will be. The recall used, and now Alfie has to stick here in a duel with Jinmu, who simply got too much accuracy. Au revoir, Bernard, says Jinmu. And a slaughter of Hangzhou Spark players means that Chengdu finally find their footing on point C.
Yeah, Bernard got quick played there for sure. And speaking of which, I mean, you'll have noticed that Junkrat's pretty good in quick play in Overwatch Beta 2 currently, but this isn't the patch that they're playing. We're not playing on the patch with Junker Queen or the buffed up Junkrat grenades. He's actually on the slightly weaker Junkrat and still kind of able to build up at least one Riptire there. Decent stuff. Still hard to get consistent damage when you are mostly shooting Bernard's shield, but I guess if your goal is to just burn down Bernard's shield, you're certainly able to do that with a combination of Jinmu shooting it and also Lieve charging his rails off the shield as well. But I love me a Nano Clock combo where, you know, the Nano goes on top of Lieve. It's 195 body shots as well, so someone just needs to breathe on the target that's being shot by the rail and they will get fragged. Chengdu Hunters, great defense being shown there. B was a little bit unfortunate, but at least C will be in their hands.
The classic rat. Tell you what, I've been really enjoying Junkrat in Overwatch 2. I've been getting a lot of hours. Those buffed up grenades, they are so fun, Avril. I've been having an amazing time.
Unnecessary buff I've ever seen in my life. It's just like read through the
it
patch
is
notes.
perfect. Thank you, Mr. Aaron Keller. Big appreciate. All the Junkrat mains, thumbs up.
All 5 of them, they're like, oh yay, finally. Yeah, it's it's crazy out there.
We are both super pleased about this. Me and Aquamarine, you know.
Righto. Shimmer, okay, here's a classic. We've got the flying Junkrat now. Fire, just a little bit of scouting, not anything to write home about. Probably doesn't want to be... Well, Fire is in a weird place, as we've seen. The only place that we've really seen the Fire truly being played, and Alpha E even did this, I think, popularized in Kickoff Clash, was on the Gardens of Lijiang Tower, right? And you don't necessarily need the Mercy, although it does help. But enough of that. Let's see what the initial dives will look like here. We've noted that the Sigma double flex support can be hard to push into. Saw that from LA Valiant versus Soldiers before.
Speedy moves here. That's going to be a block off of healing there, thanks to Gargar's shield, but Shy simply does more damage, so the tank battle easily going the way of the Hangzhou Spark. It feels like Chengdu Hunters there might not have used enough of the speed advantage that they had, and they settled for a main tank duel when really their access and their rotations against the Hangzhou Spark backline should be much stronger.
Well, the first dive is going to get quickly and swiftly prevented by the fact that Shy just rails down Gaga, and that's the kind of thing, right? That shield, it's not going to last very long. You get the whole team shooting at it, Shy also charging his rail off the back of it. Shumi really wanted to go into the back line, and oh my goodness, Monk barely dies before the Nano's available. That's awful for the timing of Hunters.
Hangzhou Spark here, they don't care about the speed, they're simply intercepting as they go. Immortality Field going to be expended, and it does its job. Makes Hangzhou Spark's backline feel inassailable. And Alpha Yi, for the moment, simply watching out for Jinmu. Taken from both sides, Shy and Alpha Yi get the execution.
It's tough days here for the Chengdu Hunters. We have so many ultimates now available for the Hangzhou Spark, nearly 5 on board. Well, the next fight's going to be difficult just from the fact that the Amplification Matrix and Super Rich is going to be available, and that's just going to be far too much damage. A stick onto Monk, forget about it. This is another reset. Every single time that Chengdu want to push, somebody is going to go down. It's been Monk twice in a row. He just can't catch a break and finally use this nano boost. Hunters, 155 remaining now, so half the time gone.
It does feel like Monk is getting kind of legit dominated at the moment. Every time he shows his face, someone from Hangzhou Spark is giving him some trouble. Bernard expends the accretion. This at least gives a little bit more room for Gaga to try and move about that CC. Now with a nano available, Gaga moves into the backline. There's the window to try and stop him. Double damage. He is faced with forces the Primal, and that should be more than enough damage. Monk elsewhere, once again the first to die from this, and Gaga 1000 HP is nothing when faced with a ferocity of Shy. Overclock still available. No nano behind it this time, because of course there's not a nano to be giving that one over. However, Chengdu Hunters scattered to the 4 wins for now. You might even see Jinmu here try and make an interception on some respawning members. That's why Alpha Yi's on the hunt.
About to get caught here by Alpha Yi for sure. And the best thing that Jinmu can do is keep Alpha Yi busy, and while that's happening, okay, we talk about him keeping Alpha Yi busy, that might just be enough, with Nisha taking down Super Rich on the other end. This 1v5 is finally going to get won by Alpha Yi, but what's going to happen towards the point side? It's going to be Shy looking to overclock. Surely a couple of easy shots here onto Monk. Yeah, that'll do it. Burner will be the one to clean up. Someone's going to get the kill. Nisha's, by the way, on 3 final blows this fight alone.
Yeah, and has a sound barrier as well. If they need to have a big impetus for an engagement, Gaga going to be moving straight in, and Bernard, despite the attempt of a flick on the accretion, won't be able to grab it. And now Jinmu's returned as well. Nisha still holding on to this. Bernard's fallen on down. Nisha feels no impetus to use that barrier. And so there should be a cap here for Chengdu Hunters by the skin of their teeth, Athril.
Well, they finally managed to, get a good fight going for them. Leave will now just clean up members via the railgun. And it seems like Jinmu ends up doing his job. He's just like, alright, follow me, Alpha Yi. We're going to remove you from the fight. It's going to make this into a pure 4 versus 4 game. Bit of a preview of Overwatch 3 for you as Chengdu Hunters back on the back of Nisha, I think, as well. 3 frags there. Pretty cool stuff from the Lucio player, who still has a sound barrier available. Will likely be saving that one to counter the Flux.
Yeah, really good presence of mind there from Nisha to make sure that sound barrier is going to be available to deal with Bernard's ultimate. Gaga poking away at Alpha Yi for a moment. Of course, isn't going to be able to out-DPS that Harmony Orb as he has to charge up each of those shots. Shy looking down from on high. Moving through here for Chengdu Hunters is going to be at least a little bit easier than for other teams because of a speed boost that Nisha is going to give over.
Look at this.
Less time in the open.
Yeah, just got to go straight for the high ground play right now. Wait, he just got his sound barrier cancelled. It never came on through. I don't know what happened. He got stunned, but it's gone. Chengdu Hunters, though, thankfully they might not need it. The Flux doesn't really get too much more done. 2 frags coming through from the Hangzhou Spark, but the rest of their members just low HP. Burner would love to get healed. Slowly is receiving some TLC, but I don't know that it's going to be enough here. And oh my goodness, that was a heart-stopping moment. Losing a sound barrier definitely hurts, but they still win the fight.
Lose a sound barrier, win the fight. A worthy sacrifice. Nisha once again pumps up the jams. But Gaga, not a big fan of this remix. Moving on in. Primal Rage. Miyangi, don't like any of this. Super Rich, great evasion there. Using the new distance from the shield bash to take himself out of danger, but into a fresh hell given over. Leave with the nano, with the damage. I've got charge for days, boys, and I've got a spark that needs extinguishing. Snuffed out by the former MVP. Leave is on a tear.
Well, former and still current, we haven't crowned a new MVP just yet, so Leave making himself known here. So good when the overclock comes on through. He's been dynamite on that social. We saw the 5k retake from him versus Dragons on Midtown yesterday, and he's not quite done yet. Chengdu Hunters on their way to the final position of the cap for B. Here comes the Shy overclock on the other end.
Jinmu with the overclock, or rather Shy with the overclock, pardon me. Monk's taking out Super Rich elsewhere. The entire support line of Hangzhou Spark has simply fallen apart before the force is given over by the Chengdu Hunters. Prey has been discovered. The Hunter-Gatherer Society will be eating well tonight, even with Bernard having a little bit of trouble for them at the end. Once again, it's going to be close to an overtime cap for the Chengdu Hunters, who don't have a big luxury of time, even if they don't have to cover much distance.
Yeah, suffice to say, the hunting mission's gone well there. You got 5 tasty members of the Hangzhou Spark ready to be feasted on by the Chengdu Hunters. He got accretion. That was disgusting. Well timed, well played by Burner to land that on towards Nisha. But unfortunately, despite it being a fantastic play, it did not give Hangzhou Spark the fight when Shy also sadly didn't get any value on his overclock, and thematically even got taken down by Lee when the overclock landed. Like, Lee was just like, okay, I'll show you how to land a rail here, buddy. That's just kind of be how it works.
Oh, the longest cast of a sound barrier that I've ever seen in Overwatch League right there. Jinmu's already fallen down though, and it's going to fade away from all the members of the Chengdu Hunters. Still, Hangzhou Spark have 5 warriors standing, and this Thermopylae gate will remain closed with the hands of 5 Sparktons arrayed against them. Chengdu Hunters back to 5. Jinmu has rejoined the fray, but Bernard has minds to try and control this objective with 30 seconds remaining. This needs to be done fast. What a stick on to Leave. The current MVP has been removed, and that's going to be Scattering to the 4 wins for the Chengdu Hunters as Gaga stays in, waits for Nano, give him the Discord, can he be burned on through? The Primal Rage stands at the ready, but he can't use it! Huge burst from Shy, but it's Nisha and Monk, the supports of Chengdu Hunters who might yet make this viable. A slam into the air from Bernard, but the fire can't be concentrated in the correct places. Hangzhou Spark, let's bear in mind for the forthcoming fight, they still have this spawn advantage and the mines as well. Chengdu Hunters move over to the Moira, a huge stick onto Irony, no Discord Orb, no Harmony, and no one to touch the point. Maybe a slam down from Bernard, so low and there's no healing for him. That's going to be some excellent aim once again. Shy, we talked about how much this guy games, and the gaming simply don't stop for now. Gaga trying to force a C9 maybe, as it's less than a meter, but Chengdu Hunters require, but Irony's returned, and revenge is served cold by the Hangzhou Spark. Chengdu Hunters are peeled once again from the cart, and Hangzhou Spark go up 2-0.
Unfortunately for Chengdu there, couldn't get the Primal off at the right time there for Gaga, and the resources run dry. Shy comes back out, hits some good rails. Hangzhou Spark are able to get the kills required to push the Chengdu Hunters off a very close game. It looked like it should have been a cap for the Chengdu Hunters. It looked like they could have won that map, but it's not going to be the case as the Hangzhou Spark in the final moments there of the defense, with the overtime running, the respawns right behind them, and a long walk back for the Chengdu Hunters if they want to respawn. Simply going to be overwhelming the attacking side. So it is now going to be a 2-0 in the score lines, and despite Hunters' best efforts, Hangzhou Spark will be the ones finding match points. So with that being said, leg day looking pretty dire here for the Chengdu Hunters, as we'll take a bit of a short break here. The Hangzhou Spark on match point, ready to claim that second seed. As a reminder, they will get the second seed locked up against the Shanghai Dragons if they win both of their remaining matches. And so far, gotta say, they're off to a great start. So we'll see you on the other side, and we'll see you for potentially the final map of the series. Hangzhou Spark, with 2 losses in their previous week, are looking to finally get out of the right bounce back. With a win here, match point secured, 2 maps in the bag here, and Chengdu Hunters on life support. I mean, Hunters at this point can't make the Midseason Madness anymore. We've established that leg day, but for the Hangzhou Spark, they still have a potential 2nd seed position to play for.
Yeah, for the Hangzhou Spark, we thought that this might be one of the tougher matchups that they go up against, considering how well Chengdu Hunters played yesterday against the Shanghai Dragons. It wasn't a win by any means, but we saw Jinmu definitely hold his own as a 2nd DPS, going mano a mano, tracer on tracer against Fleta, was certainly an impressive milestone for a DPS that we sometimes have questioned in terms of the width and the depth of their hero pool. However, today it feels like there's less of a coordination in my mind from the Chengdu Hunters. I'm not seeing as much from Gaga as I usually do. Admittedly, the Winston did get a little bit of value, but it was often just eviscerated by Combined Arms Fire, and the Discord Orb was given over every time by Irish.
That's kind of the problem with playing Winston in this type of meta, is that Zenyatta will destroy you. The Discord is doing a lot. We see the Sojins coming through as well. The Rails are getting, very buffed up from the Discord Orb. Speaking of Winston plays, we saw down the bottom there, Bernard is being subbed out for Goose Ray. So this will be, I believe, the first time we are seeing Bernard being subbed out for any player on the Hangzhou Spark side this entire tournament cycle in Stage 2. Goose Ray's first game in the Midseason Madness. Because we are going to the escort map, it's going to be Dorado. Likely here to see more Winston gameplay. I think, with both players playing the Winston at the same time, I kind of bail out the pick, and what I mean by that is it kind of justifies the pick on both sides, because you don't feel like any particular Winston is making the wrong call, because both of them just got to play it. And Dorado is probably one of the better maps to play it anyway, because it was a very dive-heavy map. We've seen Soul Dynasty with both Prophet and Smurf really dominating here between the Tracer and Winston duos. Looking for that again, with more Tracer Winston between Alpha Yagushrei and also Jinmu Gaga.
Yeah, between the rooftops and the narrower walkways for that shield, this is definitely a Winston map if ever I saw one. On Dorado, no surprise, like you said, Gushui coming in, the samurai of the Primal Blade. This will at least mean that Chengdu Hunters are going to have a more equal Winston matchup here, where we may see movement from a Hangzhou Spark to actually, they're probably just going to play double flag support. They'll probably have Super Rich play the Ana and Irony continue playing the Zen, so Gaga might have to continually deal with this.
Depends. Brig is pretty good here, as we see Nisha lock it in, Brig Zen for the Chengdu Hunters, leave on the Ashe, and that's the other thing as well, right? This is a very Ashe-dominant map. If we looked at this yesterday, specifically because Chengdu played it against the Shanghai Dragons, Lips Ashe, and leaves Ashe at various moments as well, but Lips Ashe in particular was pretty damn good here. Had a lot of weight to pull, and certainly he was flexing his muscles, pulling that weight for the Shanghai Dragons, getting so many frags on this map, and got himself a player of the match for that Ashe gameplay. So the Hangzhou Spark, we'll see how long they stay on things like Sojin. I believe that Shy realistically should be looking at an Ashe here as well. Will depend on how much he thinks he can get rail charge off Gaga's ball, which we'll confirm now is not going to be a Winston versus Winston matchup. Gaga's going to go back to Old Reliable.
I don't believe this will be a bit of a turnaround for Gaga, who's not had the greatest game thus far, but admittedly, it's been quite difficult given how reliable Hangzhou Spark supports have been in this particular matchup. Alpha Yi swaps over back to their signature Tracer, and for now, Shy continues the risk of playing that Sojourn, wondering if there is going to be enough rail charge, as we brought up before. Gaga yet to make a fully committed entrance here, and there it is, the swap from Shy over to the Ashe.
Yeah, that's required, I think, and straight away just pops Jinmu's head.
Oh.
So that's the value of what Ashe brings to the table. You couldn't do that on the Sojin because you have to wait for a decent amount of rail charge, whereas Shy right-clicks, taps Jinmu's face, and instantly finds himself in a 5v4 situation. Hunters, not going to do too much contesting here. Ideally, they just don't lose any more members. Gaga swings away, and it means free payload push for the Hangzhou Spark.
A particularly elegant retreat there from Gaga. Leaves also going to full. Shy getting the better of their counter Ashe. And Alpha Yi for now just controlling the peripheries, playing the margins, and waiting to grab any escaping members of a Chengdu Hunter. Seems for now that there is going to be quite a bit of safety. Gushui is getting audacious here for the cap. Space gained, cap gained, and Hangzhou Sparks show no signs of slowing down on Dorado, Avril.
It's one headshot to get the entire cap, basically. So
Yep.
It's the headshot that sent the Chengdu's all the way back to spawn. Hangzhou Spark continually getting staggered kills here. We're already on towards B. Shy is currently sitting on 3 final blows. Fun fact, there's only been 3 final blows this entire map so far, and all of them are in Shy. No one else in the entire server has gotten a single kill, and we're already on to B. Major time bank to work with for the Hangzhou Spark side of things. A couple of ultimates starting to finally come online.
Ooh, Alpha Yi pushed his luck there, hoping to get a frag onto Leave, who is going to be looking for the same magic that was previously shown by Shy on maps like Oasis. Big stick there removes the primary threat from Hangzhou Spark, but still some distance gained on this cart. Finally, Chengdu Hunters move together. Monk in the backlines is going to be blown apart by Alpha Yi, but unfortunately, there's not really going to be much to follow up this fortuitous frag, unless Guxue can do some real magic here.
Should be a cleanup now. I mean,
not a fan though.
We saw Jinmu get 3 frags there as well, so, you know, Shy started things out with 3 final blows. Jinmu was the first target of that, and the reason why Chengdu, I guess, never was able to regroup together for A again, but he'll come back with a lot of fury. Off the back of that, Hunters will maintain control of B. Payload distance is now being shoved backwards. Bob available. Jinmu again to open the fight onto Alpha Yi.
Oh, Leave. Exchange though, and Irony's taken out Jinmu. That's both the damage players now gone. Monk might have to take their place using that Zenyatta. Gaga just does his best to try and hold the high ground here, and Guxue doesn't want to stay up there for long considering that the Discord Orb is on him, even with a lack of a raid damage. Chengdu with 4 ultimates to work with are going to do a little bit of trolling on that cart, keeping it from moving too far forward.
Positioning now is that, you know, we see that Shy backs out. He could play the Bob over towards the payload. He'll play it on the high ground instead, just completely locking out the Chengdu Hunters. That Bob is just guarding that entire walkway on top. That's exactly where Hunters want to play. Leave still cannot stay alive long enough to get his own Bob out, and the payload steadily gets to the end. Hunters have got to strike at some point. Double ultimates coming on through Transcendence plus Mines.
Denies him the staging area, and that means Leave's got no friends in the backline. Guxue finds him in a dark alley, is given the advisory as to where to find Monk. Can they be healed through here? Yes, they can, but the Primal Rage is something entirely different. The Samurai of the Primal Blade has taken it from the sheath and then returns it once more. 1,000-folded Gorilla Steel is arrayed against Monk and tears him asunder.
Alpha Yi to pick up the rest of the scraps there as well. Guxue tee them up, and Alpha Yi will collect the kills. Chengdu Hunters have just not been able to get very good fights in here outside of Jinmu's initial 3k to put Leave on the high ground. Shy shuts it down very quickly with just putting the Bob on there instead. At least for the Chengdu Hunters this time, they will open up the fight with an opening pick. Leave on towards Shy as we saw. They've not had, you know, they've had some pretty consistent first picks to open up fights, but to clean them up has been something different here for sure, as Jinmu will find the stick, and this time Spark for sure is going to get reset.
Yeah, quickly backing out, just trying to hold this forward ground here to make sure that no wrap around can be negotiated by the Chengdu Hunters. So Shy's just going to blink away again and again and expend that dynamite to try and do some zoning.
We'll see if Leave can finally get this Bob down here as well. We've been waiting for that for quite some time now, as tease it even onto B, which would have been very useful, but has been the target of a lot of Hangzhou Spark's aggression. It hasn't stopped here. High ground now been taken by the Hangzhou Spark. Hunters have really struggled to maintain control of that.
Irony taken down, mass amount of healing now removed from the fray. And Hangzhou Spark have decisions to make. Might be difficult for Guxue to try and remove himself from this zone. A long leap as Gaga, just make sure that this cart's going to stay in this position for a good long while. A shield placed down by Guxue makes this a favourable fighting angle, but look at this, Gaga, what a well-placed pile driver, crushes Guxue underfoot. That is not a humane execution.
Further kills to come on through as well. You're looking for a cleanup now. Hunters onto Spark here. I mean, you got to be careful here if you're super rich. You could just be kind of staggering yourself, but with the dodge on the pulse bomb, they had the shield up, the rest of the team respawning, ends up staying alive, so that works out for the Hangzhou Spark in terms of maintaining their members up, not getting staggered. They would have lost a lot of time for that, but as you sort of mentioned there, props to Gaga for opening up the fight with 2 frags.
Hangzhou Spark, couple of tools to work with here, including the nano.
We've seen this before.
Over onto Guxue just yet. Oh yes.
Opening headshot onto Jinmu.
I've seen this movie a couple times.
And that's going to be a slam knockback as well, so you actually see that Gaga, I think he might have been whip shot there, doesn't end up landing his pile drive onto the payload and catching any members. Chengdu Hunters have ultimates available. Again, still waiting for Bob, and you know that should be coming up maybe this fight, considering that Spark will be actually landing on the payload. To be fair to Leave, he hasn't had to use it on C yet because they've won fights in other ways. Kind of stuck in spawn currently, so a bit of spawn camping by Gushue, who's looking for Primal.
Oh, okay, this is not the ideal position for Nisha, mind. Getting out of that low ground position could be a little bit difficult. Asleep there. Onto Jinmu, should still be safe as Bob moves onto the cart to keep that contested. Might have actually gone a touch too far,
No,
but
he's got it.
wedges himself into that little corner. It is going to deny sightlines maybe, but in the end it's just keeping the cart from moving. Shy so low, given the Discord Orb, and Monk's getting stuck in, baby. Alas, the dexterity isn't high enough. The AC's too low, and Jinmu feels the heat as Shy hits shot after shot, and Gaga forced to run away. Now the cart can start hauling, but Hangzhou Spark, they've used everything here.
Yeah, well, Gushue, okay, well, he'll clean up Nisha. So they have certainly used all their ultimates, but they're keeping the Hunters low in terms of numbers, and Hunters themselves have only got that Pulse Bomb available. Jimu's got to be so careful. He's just been continually shut down by Shy. And look at that, he has to be trepidatious about this. Eating a Dynamite even, the Pulse Bomb will go wide, and they would love to get a stick on the Shy. Not going to be the case.
Jinmu going to need to come around the long way, but will at least grant access to Shy, and there it is. Well, you're aiming down those sights, you're slower, easier to pick off. And Alpha Yi run over by Gaga. Turned into roadkill, and there isn't really much time to reset. Nisha the next to fall, but you can see that Gushue has made his way deep into the backline, and Leave's going to be the victim of that. Yes, it's a long commute once more for Shy, and Gaga putting down these mines here really creates an issue. Gushue's bubble breaks under the pressure of all of this damage, but has at least gained a couple more friends to try and make this fight work with. Alpha Yi tags in, Gushue goes wide, looking for a Mega Pack instead to give a touch of healing, as Bob's going to be the next to try and bring out the cart to contest. A good stick on Tanisha, but it won't even execute him as he's already dead, courtesy of Gushue. And Gushue now, because of a knockback from Gaga, has flown far away. It's going to take so long to re-enter a fray, but will do so with a nano. A huge amount of damage now ready to rack the nerves of the Chengdu Hunters. The Monk won't survive for long, and by the skin of their teeth, Hangzhou Spark control Dorado.
Just barely got it over the line towards the end there. The late rally coming through from Nisha. Well, just popped it really as soon as he could. Trying to save Monk's life, who had the Transcendence available, but clutching out onto Gushue. Rally from Super Rich walking on in. Hangzhou Spark had what it takes to still survive that. Just had to play the payload enough to survive the initial minefield from Gaga. And the Hangzhou Spark will get it across the line. Very reminiscent, I think, of what we saw in Eichenwalde on that C-cap as well, where it looks like Hunters probably could have won, probably even should have won. I distinctly recall a moment where we saw 3 alive for Hangzhou, but no support at all. Hunters had all the respawn advantages in the world, plus no supports on the side of Hunters, on the Spark rather. That should have been the cleanup there. That should have been the fight win for the Hunters, but it's not going to be the case there, as Spark just kind of, yet again, defy Hunters from getting a hold on C, or getting, I would say, the win on C. And that could end up costing Hunters later on.
Honestly, Gushue being alive was a little bit of a surprise. We were hoping he was, and Hangzhou Spark indeed confirmed that Gushue does still draw breath, but maybe he's gone through a little bit of a Jesus arc, because man was really pulling miracles when it came to surviving at the end of Point C. Maybe he was in his little tomb, the stone was rolled back, and they're like, oh man, where's Gushue's body? Oh, he's been revived. And he managed to survive for so long at the end of C there. Being able to juggle themselves onto the Mega Pack and then return to Irony for that nano in the nick of time as well. It was so well coordinated.
Let's take a look at this now. It's going to be the same TP play we saw yesterday versus the Dragons, which is to say that they take it out of spawn, go to the high ground. This time they're not just kind of being, stalled out on that high ground. I think Shanghai had a member on that high ground. Just, it was Fate that was actually contesting that high ground where the TP landed. Hangzhou Spark have Gushue on the Winston yet again. Gaga, same thing. No longer being the ball on Dorado A. Most importantly, though, we are seeing the sniper duel between both Shy and Lever. Neither of them playing Ashe. They both agreed to take this to the Widow duel.
I'd say historically, Shy probably the more successful Widowmaker, but Lever's certainly had some stand-up performances, especially on maps like Circuit Royale. Gushue knocks back during his escape there, but still well within the safe sightlines of Irony. Should allow for him to be healed up rather easily. For now, neither Shy nor Lever's really been able to get any purchase, and Shy is not in the LOS of Irony, so that is an easy frag for the divers of Chengdu.
Yeah, so it's going to be Gaga picking up first blood here on this opening offense. Payload positioning is great as well, because they can instantly convert that frag into great distance. Archway being found here. first ultimate online in just a hot second from Alpha Yi, and he'll get leave down as well, so it's going to be Pulse Bomb plus the fact that they've got a frag. Chengdu Hunters struggling to stay relevant in this particular fight, and indeed they're going to get locked out. Alpha Yi is simply too good, instantly finds purchase on that Pulse Bomb, and the rest of the Hunters will get cleaned up.
Sigma male? Nah, I'm an Alpha Yi male, mate. Unbelievable performances thus far on the Tracer.
No, I'm not going to play a Sigma on this map. It's all about the Alpha Yi today. No Sigma males here. That was that was Eichenwalde. We played that map already. We got Gushwei in now.
Shy, a brave position, mind you. No grapple now. Might make him a tempting dive target, but as Mad Max would say, that's bait, Avril.
Let's take a look at Jinmu. This is certainly going to be the person you've got to keep your eyes on top of. Back over on towards his own old faithful, which is the Genji itself. He's going to go for a blade anyway. He's going to be a nano. They didn't get the nano. The nano went onto Gaga, and Super just slams him out. This is why you got to nano your Genji blading, because otherwise that happens.
Oh, some Overwatch just... Oh, Gaga messed up his jump out as well.
I think he was
Chengdu. Some
Gaga
Overwatch is occurring.
Gaga probably would have self-staggered if he tried to actually jump out. He would have been deep in enemy territory. I'm glad he didn't actually use his primal there. I got to say, though, that's really a bit of a blunder from the Hunters, considering... I don't know if Gaga got in the way of the nano. Sometimes, Gaga went for a dive at the same time and he just intercepts the nano by jumping in front. Hard to say without looking at Monk's POV, but in my mind, that nano should have 100% have gone to Jinmu.
No one can hide from
Yeah, Winston's a thick boy. Sometimes that could be an issue. Jump shot from Shy going to miss. Now it's Leave's turn to try and find some purchase.
Surely.
Oh,
no.
sees irony. An unfortunate miss, and now Super Rich up in their face. That's going to be a stick and a rally as well. Hangzhou Spark control every facet of the fight in here. There's no escape when you're faced with Gushwei on the Winston. And Jinmu once again is playing this old game of come catch me. A mass taunt has been given, but unfortunately, this raid team knows better.
A taunt only lasts a few seconds, as you're not an infinite CC, unfortunately.
True.
So that it goes away. And Spark are like, what are we doing here? Okay, let's go back to the original fight. And Hunters, at risk of being full health here, this would certainly be a bit of a disastrous 3-0 given that case if it ends up being a full hold. Only a primal left to play through for both sides, actually.
Jinmu forced to use the recall. In for the long haul now. Playing these corners to try and avoid Shy, who heads up top. Gaga keen to follow. Despite the acrobatics, they still will fall. But elsewhere, Hangzhou Spark have won the fight where it matters. The support line has been eviscerated. A pair of primals have dropped, and there it is again. Oh no, not like this, Chengdu.
Yeah, that time, I gotta say, was actually still pretty winnable for Chengdu Hunters as well. You saw plenty of members alive. Well, just a few. I think it ended up being a 3 versus 3. Interestingly enough, it was exactly the 3 same members. It was both the Tracers, both the Winstons, both of the Brigaders alive towards the end there. So about as even as you could hope for, with a, I would say, minor respawn advantage there for the Chengdu Hunters. Gushwei receiving some props from the coaching staff there, as I think well deserved his first game, his first map, returning into the lineup since the kickoff clash. And he'll be able to take a win straight away, as we noted that Gushwei actually kind of struggled to get wins initially in the kickoff flash, but here, comes back, gets the W, Spark 3-0 on their way to looking towards getting that, second place seed, number 2 seed going to Midseason Madness. They had to win both games, and they've won one of them now.
Yeah, they've won it bloody cleanly as well, Avril. 3-0 against Chengdu Hunters. Coming into this, we really were thinking that Chengdu probably were going to be able to win this one out. When we did our initial spiel, you were saying Chengdu probably the 3rd best team in the region after Seoul and Shanghai, but Hangzhou Spark definitely have, they've made their case here that the 3rd seed or potentially 2nd seed is legit.
I mean, like I said though, I did say that, perhaps Chengdu were the 3rd best team here, but on top of that, I did also mention this would be Spark's opportunity to prove that they instead should be that 3rd best team or even 2nd best team, depending on, where those sort of seedings fall, or how good you think these teams are. Certainly a player that really impressed today and has been impressing me throughout the entire Midseason Madness, win or lose for the Hangzhou Spark, has been Alpha Yi. That Tracer performance was undeniable today, so he will receive the player of the match across all 3 maps. I mean, it was lights out. He got so many frags. The fact that you have a situation in Eichenwalde where Jinmu just keeping Alpha E busy was enough for the Hunters walking forward. I mean, this guy's been raid bossing so hard that just removing him from the fight, not even killing him, but just like putting him out of commission is enough to give you a decent 4v4. We're like, okay, thank God we got rid of Alpha E, even though he's not dead. But look at this, when he's alive and he's hitting sticks like that, he's getting the kills that he's getting. The amount of impact that Alpha E found today was immense.
A true Alpha E male. Here's a quick look at the stats for all of you numbers nerds out there. Pulse bombs attached 14. Yeah, he's been a pretty sticky boy today. Remember, that's only across 3 maps.
29
so
final
this
blows.
is quite a bit. Yeah, that's quite a few
68
for
limbs.
Alpha E.
I mean, across 3 maps here, and they weren't all very long maps either. Consider that Dorado ended up, I think, finishing pretty quickly. Oasis was a 2-0 as well. Eichenwalde was the only one you could say is maybe a long map, but that one didn't even go to time bank. So you could say that we got 3 short-ish maps, and I think when you look at those stats across 3 maps, it's more than reasonable. You got a lot of the work done there. Certainly impact, if we talk about impact frags, he got a lot of important sticks, a lot of important tracer kills at important times. As you know, I think on Oasis in particular, we saw that 3k that really pushed the Hangzhou Spark ahead. But Leg Day, that's our second match done. Now we're going to take a bit of a quick break. We'll come back, we'll talk about the game in a little bit more detail, and then after that, we have our final match of the day. We'll see you soon.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Alrighty, welcome back to the Overwatch League here. We just finished up our second match of the day, Hangzhou Spark versus Chengdu, another 3-0 this time. I think surprisingly, the turn of events that we've had so far, League Day, has been that the Seoul versus Valiant game was a 3-0, ended up being far closer than we expected. This one also ends up being a 3-0, but it ends up being far more one-sided than we expected.
Yeah, I'm not sure I quite expected for Alpha Yi to really be the standout player here, especially compared to Leave. Like, sure, Leave still had his moments in this game, but honestly, Alpha Yi has he's been tearing it up, of course, gets the player of the match, completely deserved, and of course, we've been sent a picture of Guxue sending today's paper, confirmed that Guxue indeed does live, and he might even become like the escort guy for
I can't afford the
every
ransom.
map except for...
I'm glad he's alive, but I don't have enough money to afford his ransom, sadly. What was it again? Hangzhou Spark?
We're going to have to go split some Achilles.
No, that was for Crystal. Never mind. Hangzhou Spark, though. Look, Alpha Yi, like I said, insane today. I don't think it was that surprising because Alpha Yi has been in top rookie conversations since the start, really, I would say. Since Kickoff Clash, he was playing Genji. He was kind of like the Genji guy among various other Genji players that were well known in the Apex side of things, but he was hard pounding on that along with Shy. This DPS duo has been incredible. One of the biggest things for me, though, is that early on in the Midseason Madness, it didn't seem like Alpha Yi's Tracer was that up to scratch, but he's been in the gym. He's been buffing up that Tracer big time. And I would hope a funny tweet about Jinmu grinding that Tracer in the Overwatch 2 beta, but Alpha Yi seems to have grinded equally as hard, and he looked astounding today on top of everyone else, still pulling a decent amount of weight. Like I said, Guxue coming back in ended up being a pretty big boom for the team. I'm glad that Hangzhou Spark still acknowledged that. Okay, Winston map, let's give Guxue some game time. He's going to be the better Winston compared to Burner. Let's see what happens. Ends up being good.
Yeah, working those chronal accelerator muscles. I think that there wasn't really a huge glaring weak point on Hangzhou Spark today, which is very enthusing for their potential layup as we go in towards their last match of the week tomorrow, because there's a world where they could steal away Shanghai Dragon second seed, but if you can see at the bottom of the screen, the next match is unlikely to be one that Shanghai drops. I think we could be en route for a 0-9 day today.
It is. I don't know. Yeah, when you and Lemon Kiwi come on, you get all these 0-9 kind of days. And Achilles joked about this, but we said that Friday is 5-map Friday because we have a lot of maps on Friday, and then Saturday it just ends up being like no maps, or just it ends up being an 0-9 day, whatever it is. But in either case, we got one more match coming through. You see on your screen here, Guangzhou Charge versus Shanghai Dragons, and that all happens right after this break.
I need to...
Welcome back to the Overwatch League. There you go. I am talking. You can hear me as we head into Midseason Madness qualifiers here. Final week. We're in our final match of the day here as well. Myself and Avril with leg day here. And Guangzhou versus the Shanghai Dragons. So Dragons on a bit of a major tier, which I think you and Lemon Kiwi actually got to cover their return with Fate and Lijiang coming back in. Absolute pounding on that particular weekend. Really things haven't slowed down for the Shanghai Dragons. Guangzhou Charge have been on a pretty major loss streak though leg day, as I believe the loss streak is now sitting at 10 matches in a row.
Yeah, it's not great. Let's have a look at the starting lineup and try and see if we can dissect this. It's not quite a post-mortem yet. It's certainly a post-mortem for the first half of their season. Playoffs could still await, after all, if we see a truly anime turnaround for this team. And when I look at this roster, to me, as cruel as it sounds, it's been Guangzhou Charge existing and Choice A1 trying.
It is.
Choice A1 is... He has been the guy.
Various different members trying at various different times as well, because what we have had is, I think, good performances at times out of Krong Sigma, good performances at times out of Farways and Yada. Develop had been struggling for most of the season, but then I would even say that yesterday his Ash was looking phenomenal. Despite some of his other picks being a little bit more lackluster, his Ash has been looking fairly good, right? And Ash is making a bit of a renaissance in this region as well with APAC. I don't know what beats Farway's bopping to right now. Wrong answers only in the chat, of course. But the Guangzhou Charge, they always, I said this on the cast yesterday with Achilles, but they're always good for one map. They are great at looking fantastic for just one map, give you a sliver of hope, and then they fall apart for the rest. So that's the biggest thing I want to see change, which is like, at least give me 2 maps, or give me enough that you can take a series. Unfortunately, their opponent's going to be the Shanghai Dragons, though, so maybe that charge will happen. Unlikely to happen this stage. I'd like to see them continue to at least have the consistency to get a map off the Dragons.
And here's the team that we've come to expect. The renaissance of a Shanghai Dragons, Fate returning. The calling power and the space-taking ability of this main tank has really been a turnaround, considering the lackluster performances that they had with Void, who by no means is a bad player, but it feels like the meta was not suiting Void very much. And also, we saw Lip as well, coming into his own. Once Fate got here, Lip's a player that has a considerable warm-up time. He has a lead time, after whether it's on the Soldier or on the Sojourn. But once Lip has had enough time on a hero and has really dialed himself in, he has higher peaks than almost any other hit scan player when he's been practiced into that meta hit scan.
Yeah, I mean, Dragons have just kind of found all the cylinders that they require firing up of. Tried to shove that one in there, and hopefully it does kind of work. But Dragons, what's been working fine is the fact that past their 0-6 start, I mean, they have been pretty indomitable. The only, I don't know if you could even call this a hiccup, but the only sort of minor bump in the road has been that Chengdu game of yesterday that was very close, actually, very competitive. Certainly more winnable than Chengdu than most people would give them credit for. Wish we saw that version of Chengdu today, but Chengdu definitely have their on and off days. Unfortunately, today would have been more of an off day. Dragons, though, seems like after that 0-6 start, every single day has been an on day, and today versus Charge, really it shouldn't be any different, but I still want to see a little bit of competitive fire out of the Charge, especially because, well, they don't have much to play for in terms of qualifications, but they have their season record to play for, playoffs qualification to play through as well, and they, I mean, damn it, just break the loss streak, if anything, just to make an attempt at that.
I think what Guangzhou Charge really need to do to break the loss streak is have Farway dye his hair. Like, at the moment, bit of an oddball. As for a resident hair dyeing guy of our casting crew, I think if Farway joins the
swap him with you.
gang...
You could just get in there.
Yes! We'll put me in on flex support. The Junkrat Winston main. I'm sure I'll do great. I can take flatter any day of the week. Call me. My agents will set up a fight.
One of those YouTuber fights. YouTube gaming.
Wouldn't fight Lip, though. That guy's a 7-foot gaming warlord.
8'9" again. We remember the source where that came from. Me. That's right, fellas. Don't forget it.
I did the measuring. It was my measuring tape.
My eyes have measuring tapes, and I measured him on my screen. So yeah, people keep saying, I don't know. Like, I'm annoyed from people. People keep saying like different numbers. No, there's the one number. Stick to it. Right? I said what it is. Charge versus Dragons. Lijiang Tower is going to be our opening map here. And it was the best look for Charge yesterday when they played. So I'm hoping that, you know, okay, Fusion's a different tier of team. Let's be honest. Dragons are probably better than Fusion at this stage. Not a hot take. But Charge looked more than competitive on that map. And this is where I want to see them recreate that magic to maybe get a map win.
Yeah, we saw, if I remember correctly, the Develop Tracer yesterday on Lijiang Tower, which is not a classic hero for Develop, always been a bit more of a hard-hit scan as far as I can remember. And as I stand back up to go on camera, because I had a little bit of a sit-down.
Develop Tracer,
my legs don't last
talking about?
Yeah, the Develop Tracer.
He did play it in Contenders, and for the one map that he came in last year for the Dragons, as that's an interesting point to make as well. He is an ex-Shanghai Dragons player, so he is playing against all of his former teammates. And Molly would have been as well if he was in this game, but he's now on the Chengdu Hunters, so he actually did that yesterday. In any case, Develop on his one map that he played through with the Dragons last year, played the Busan Sanctuary on Tracer. So yeah, there it is.
Yeah, it felt like Shanghai always sort of like, they had some developmental, for want of a better word, like aspirations for Develop, but Shanghai Dragons, a little bit of downsizing this year, just focusing in on that core roster that they have and sort of like trimming the extraneous double-ups, like no more Molly, no more Develop, just relying mostly on like the Fate.
Oh, they've gone from 4
Void
DPS to
and
3. Oh my goodness, this team. Wow.
Yeah.
No,
you definitely had some interesting moments as well.
Do you know at one stage,
man,
Dragons used to have...
There's a recession coming out. We've got to pull ourselves up by our bootstraps.
Bench players, Dragons substitute players, at one point last year, was Erster and DM. Those were their bench players. Those two could have been starting on like multiple other lineups, and Dragons just casually had them on the bench. Now, they both ended up retiring, unfortunately. But it's just crazy, the slew of talent that was on this team, and didn't end up developing.
Imagine having Lucky Future Zenith as your B team. Oh, that's a throwback, isn't it?
That is a bit of a throwback. Chat doesn't know. All the Zoomers don't understand.
Yeah, chat needs to Google that. Watch some Lucky Future Zenith games in Chinese Contenders. Those were a hoot.
There's a grand final between them and LGD, which is what kind of...
Eileen's team,
which
right?
is I can't remember if Eileen was. Gushe wasn't it, but that was my first time. I'm like, holy crap, this guy is the Primal Blade. Because that was when I kind of got my eyes on that. But anyway, in any case, yeah. So Dragons have run through their gamut of players, but they stuck by their core 6, and the Bebe experiment. They tried it. Didn't really go well for them. I actually think they did a great job at integrating Who Are You into the team this year, because last year it was the Flitter Lip Show the entire time. Granted, that's completely fair. They were fantastic. No room for the other DPS players to even come on in. This year, because we did have a Genji meta, Who Are You was integrated perfectly. So well done to the Dragons team to be able to do that.
We've got a little bit of a Who Are You Tracer as well, which is a little bit surprising considering how good Fletter and, for my money, Lip are at that hero. I think that Lip's got a really underrated Tracer. Like, we saw it in some of the tournament arcs last year, which was like super impressive. I think that Lip is always someone who you need to worry about on that Tracer. And Lijiang, of course, he's always been a bit of an aggressive boy, whether it be on the Lucian or the Brigitte, and that lends itself well to going into a double flex support where Lijiang can occasionally do some impressive Zenyatta things as well.
I mean, like, I think we're really seeing how flexible these teams are, or these players really on the Dragons roster are. We never really got to see too much of the Lijiang Zenyatta last, in fact not at all, because that's Easy Arky Seraphim last year. It was the Brig Zen duo, right? And we saw like a very small smidgen of the Lip Tracer, and he mentioned this to Achilles on the cast yesterday, but his stats on that very small amount of Tracer was actually quite impressive, but we never got to see enough to prove, like, okay, was Lip like actually good on Tracer, or is he kind of just like, just a flash in the pan type of Tracer player? We never got to kind of prove his prowess on that one. So I'm glad we have a bit more of an opportunity this year to see where that is, and so far the Tracer's been reasonable. It's been pretty good.
All right. The Leg Day Avril Fill Hour is about done. I think we've recovered far away from the
If this goes any longer,
dimension
we're going to do mythology, okay? So...
Oh, man, you want to chat about Orpheus?
Orpheus.
Orpheus. I'd love to have a quick chat about Orpheus.
Oh, you said I thought you said Morpheus. I'm like, all right, we've just got to go straight to the Matrix here. I didn't know what type of mythology we're getting into. Are you gonna talk? All right.
Which pill are you taking,
Let's go
Avril?
straight to
The red pill or the blue pill?
Oh, you said mythology? Oh, let me talk about my favorite mythology, the Matrix. No, just-
Ah, yes, the fables of Keanu.
Righto.
Let's talk about some Overwatch.
Okay, we will. We will. Yeah, just confirming information. The LGD team from 2018 I'm talking about was Gooshray, Eileen, and Shy. Pretty cracked.
That's a
Pretty
team,
nice
man.
stuff. At one point
You're
as well.
getting-
At one point as well. Okay, we're gonna keep going because we keep pausing here, and so the Matrix
bringing up the
Revelation.
LGD
No,
roster,
but
man.
so another thing is Yaoshi, who was actually playing that team, is now the only coach on the Chengdu Hunters. So what did you think of Matrix 4? Honestly.
I am yet to watch it.
Okay, well, it's
to be
pretty
honest.
skippable. I would say that you're not missing much, personally.
Wow.
So if you don't feel like
Not
watching
breathtaking?
it, you're definitely not missing a lot. We'll see if this is going to be the real deal now. Had a bit of pausing back and forth. Nope, not the real deal. Okay.
Bit of pausing ping pong, you know? To me, to you, to me, to you. Whatever Faraway was jamming to has evidently broken the speakers, broken the headset, possibly broken his chair. That might need replacing. Got to wheel in a fresh gaming chair to make sure that you're at your tip-top performance. Can't game without the chair.
No. Faraway Jam. Can that be
So,
a new emote?
mythology,
We've been. I don't know if people have been keeping up with the 7TV emote meta that's been happening with the different despair emotes from about 5 different players now.
I'm a big fan of Hawk's Despair.
Yeah, I'm gonna be real with you. I made Dia Despair, so look that one up. I thought it was pretty good. Why Dia Happy, Jimu Happy. It was made by one of my subs, and also there's a few other like really good ones that have come on through. But I don't know. Faraway Bop, Faraway Jam. That was pretty hot. We'll get that one made, I think, today. Hopefully, upload it.
So we were talking about mythology. I wanna make an allegory here,
Okay.
Avril, and while we have said that Guangzhou Charge, they've each had their individual carries, when I think about Guangzhou Charge, I think of a story of Sisyphus. And in my mind, it's Choi Se-won who's Sisyphus, and the boulder is Guangzhou Charge. He's just continually trying to push it up the hill, but it just continues rolling down. Like, he gets that one map when it feels like it's going to finally settle at the top, and then no. It just falls apart after that.
And Tartarus is just the entire region here, and I don't know.
All of APAC is Tartarus.
Hades is the other 6 teams that keep pushing the boulder back down, apparently. So
Hades the guy is Soul.
it's just Mr. Hades.
The
is
Lord
so-
of Tartarus.
It is. Okay, game's back online now. This is real. This is actual real gameplay. We're actually starting the game
No
now.
whammies. No whammies.
No more pausing. No more PP in the chat. You know what I said. I'm talking about pausing here. That's short form for pausing. Lip starting out on the Ashe. Already noted that his Ashe yesterday was fantastic. Development going to be trying match on the other side, so exchanging some shots across the board.
Okay. Lips aiming today. Good to know. Starting off strong. No need for a warm-up here. Neither team really wants to put a toe on the point, knowing how vulnerable they would be. Lijiang here, picking up the Baptiste, of course, definitely a hero that's deep within his pool, and this provides access to the Immortality Field, which has already been used. Krong might even try and hold this out for the cap here, but Fate in the back is taken down far away. A big lack of damage now without that Discord orb, but there's still plenty of healing to go round. Izzyaki and Fleta win out their respective 1v1s, and Shanghai Dragons, from their reserved position, will claim the first cap.
You see that very clutch Immortality Field from Lijiang coming through as well. We talked about the Lijiang Zingara, but how about this? He's got the BAP rolling out today as well. Actually saves Lip's life. He was on 1 HP, giving Shanghai Dragons an opportunity to, make sure they recover, get the rest of the kills in the Guangzhou Charge, and get that first cap underway as well. So, bit of a BAP Zen lineup to start things out with. I think most teams would probably prefer to play something more along the lines of a Brig, but here, Lijiang's going to play something else.
Krong, for now, weighing up the options developed, getting an opening pick onto left. That's huge. Huge amount of long-range damage now gone. Going to be supplemented by the double damage through the amplification matrix. Izzyaki and Lijiang both through that are going to be incredibly deadly to deal with. And while the poke from Guangzhou is strong, they are yet to really claim the point. Choi Se-won's going to be the one to tap their toes onto there, and Fate slept, discorded and executed. No pulse bomb required. as Choice say one. Maybe not the best timing
Go.
on Vanana,
Push
but
that
still
boulder.
moves in
Push
to
it.
try and find the timing onto the Zen. Push the boulder! Go on, Sisyphus! You can do it!
He's got the nano, so you know that definitely helps you get your strength up. 50% extra pushing power, I'd say, on that. But will it be enough? 3 players down for the Guangzhou Charge. The only choice if want to develop alive at this stage. They will be able to get some decent trades, but not enough to actually capture the point and convert it further into anything meaningful. And indeed, they're probably just going to get staggered here.
Ooh, forcing out the pulse bomb there might be a small dub, but that's okay. Fate being staggered on the trans. Okay.
Well,
Smart.
I mean, they're in the fight. Choice still getting kills here. I don't really hate the trance here. It doesn't save Krong. Maybe I hate it a little bit more with Choice of One dying here as well. That's probably the one play that you want to keep alive, more so than anybody else. Doesn't take long for the Shanghai Dragons to be able to recover, get back into action. Couple of frags there. Trance was pretty optimistic, kept them in the fight for some time, but instantly when the Trance is gone, the fight is over. Dragons win that.
You know what? I love an optimist, Avril. I rescind my mockery of the Transcendence. Krong now has themselves the Meteor Strike, so can go in a little bit deeper and be able to get themselves out of dodge for free should the danger start to array a little bit too heavily. Develop creeping here. Throws out a cursory shot towards Izayaki, so announces his presence as Fleta remains untouched in the back lines for a moment. Goes in through the windows and now still has the duplicate to play with.
Can't go in because both DPSs dropped down to 1 HP. Their Choi was literally on 1 HP. But as they recover HP, Develop will get the kill to Izayaki. So this is the 5v4 that Guangzhou Charge can actually use. It is Final Fight territory Shanghai on the 99% mark currently. 2 ultimates to play through. They can actually hold on to here. In fact, this fight has gone on long enough. Izayaki is back in. Flip will come through for the Charge and Dragons. Seemed like they didn't want to really contest, but they do want to fight here because Fleta has gone for the dupe.
The duplicate onto Viana. The nano boost ready to go. Will you put it onto Fate? Maybe. No, the nano boost won't even be given over. Stuck as you come out. That's an amazing little bit of boulder pushing there from our Sisyphus Choice. Say one. Krong finds lip elsewhere, and Fate desperately clings to life via the grasp of the pile driver. Still, Guangzhou Charge will take his life nevertheless. And Farway here. I thought that maybe he'd have someone run into one of the mines to get a little bit more charge.
It's funny because Fate is playing a ball. So if you use your imagination really hard, it's kind of pushing a boulder. If you know, the interaction with Fate. I don't know. You have to really, if you're a creative mind, you know what I'm saying. If you can't imagine it, I feel bad for you. Here we go. Guangzhou Charge, 70%. Can we at least reach the 99? I think we can. And a boost onto Krong to get him in. Develop under a bit of pressure. So is Lit. Both players alive currently. And Shanghai Dragons will back up. Pretty smart. They're just gonna choose not to play in the Nano, which is okay.
You know what? Let's not. They decide. Izayaki. Rally alongside him. Plenty of health to play with, of course. The Discord and the Transcendence as well. Critical to keep in this fight.
Okay.
Fate's taken out by Farway. What a play from the Zenyatta. Fate can slam down.
Wait, what?
Goodbye, Fate. Goodbye. Krong punches him off, and now in overtime, there's no tank for Shanghai Dragons. They can't get away from the pulse bomb either. Choice A1 says no. Lip. Somehow his bulb is slept off of the map, okay? And Guangzhou Charge, in an array of confusion, when the chaos is at its best,
Man.
Shanghai Dragons, they fly into the wall.
Well, like I said, this was their best map yesterday. Charge beat Fusion here, looked pretty decent on it. So high hopes for the Charge to be at least able to take this map off of Shanghai Dragons. One map, one to Charge, has to at least get that one in there. You know, it would be devastating if they go 0-3 versus Dragons when you know this team loves a good sprint, you know? Like a cheetah in the wild, you know, they're not going to go onto a long chase, so you can't catch the gazelle within the first, I don't know how long they can sprint for, but whatever time you think I just said, then it's not going to happen. So Charge, first sprint pretty good. We're going to get to the finish line at
Avril,
Lijiang.
the zoologist's caster.
Yeah.
Very accurate, very deadly, just like Fate, far way down already. Pace is the name of the game with the Moira, and of course with the Lucio as well, the Seismic Slam. Breaks the ankles of multiple members, and so too will the Guangzhou Charge be broken of the knee of Shanghai.
Which one will at least take away 2 along the side, so that's going to be the tax applied to the Dragons per fight. Choi will get his due. Sadly for him, though, the DPS support, well, the DPS passive is not going to come to effect because we're not on that patch. He loses that 30% charge that he had on the Genji. Will have to rely on to, well, just play fresh onto the Tracer, it seems. So Guangzhou Charge, First fight, not too great. Wasn't good on Night Market either. So not going to give up on the charge just yet for Control Synth. Let's see if they can continue.
It's the same opening again from the second fight. I'm getting a weird sense of deja vu as developer Choice A1 decide that the second fight is really where they're going to activate their Amy's. Just had to figure out, dial in the DPI. And that's where Develop starts to get these opening picks. The same thing happened last time. Develop picking off Lip after they got a little bit too aggressive, a little bit too confident after a dominant first fight on Lijiang Tower.
And I'll tell you what as well, Dragons are kind of playing a bit of the Dallas Fuel special, the Lucio Moira, and hasn't really been my favorite comp so far. Not a big fan of Lucio Moira generally in 5v5. Wasn't actually a big fan of it in 6v6 either, to be fair. Fate's also on a Doomfist when he's mainly been playing only Ball and Winston so far mid-season. So one of our few times actually seeing what Fate can do on this particular hero when Void has been playing a lot of this year. Shanghai Dragons in either case. Okay, well they have ultimates available. Or about to be available.
Krong caught in the corner for now. Fate trying to mark him in there. Develop once again with an opening frag. What a showcase this has been for the fledgling hit-scan talent against his former comrades and teammates. I know all your tricks. I've been in Moon's secret book of strats, and I have found the answers.
The saddest thing about Lip right now is I think he would actually prefer to play the Ashe up against Develop, but he can't change because he's on 82% towards the overclock and doesn't want to give up on the ultimate. And Shanghai Dragons, I mean, they definitely have the ultimates now, but Charge haven't had to spend anything because Develop keeps finding these kills. He's doing so much work on this Ashe.
Fate has to get out of there as soon as possible. Pulsar will catch nothing. A coalescence racks through the nerves of multiple members. And while there is a nano given over, it's not going to last for long. Izayaki, the skill hero, the Moira, the big beam Kamehameha, comes up trumps.
Shanghai Dragons will finally start catching up with percentage points here as well. Lip will finally get that overclock. It'll be his first overclock of this map so far, which is a little sad to say, but he has been targeted quite heavily. Can Conjure Charge get another opening pick from Develop will be the biggest question now as well. Transcendence available for Faraway. Lijiang holding onto Sound Barrier. Very slow approach here from the Conjure Charge, and it will be the opposite. We're talking about Develop killing Lip. This time Lip kills Develop.
Healing Orb sent forth. Lip getting plenty of frags here. Fate continues to chase. Oh, nice interrupt there on the charge punch. And that means that Krong can't get to safety. Choice A1 dips from the office. And that's going to be Shanghai Dragons once again holding.
Is he going for his lunch break? He's dipping from the office. Where's he gone?
He's gone to compare some business
Running
cards.
personal errands. You can't do that on company time, so Shanghai Dragons. Moon sees all. This will be the fight where we finally get to see a couple more ultimates. Here we go. Overclock coming through from Lip. Does it in now. He has to get perfect headshots because of the Transcendence. Very low HP. No sound barrier just yet. Here it comes finally. Lip can get the permission to walk on forward. Now low on the kills so far. But as I say that, on the 95th percent for the Shanghai Dragons. Every frag they need comes on through. Choice A1 doesn't even get to use the Pulse Bomb in hand. We're going to go to a third and final sub-map decided here on Lijiang Tower Gardens.
I love it when Izayaki is playing the Moira hero and says his signature phrase when getting a kill, it's Orbin time. Really big plays from Shanghai Dragons as we head over to our third and final map of Control. Here it is, it's the Gardens, and sometimes you can see something a little bit more aerial here. Flitter might decide to opt in to the Echo, but
Jeez, that's a good
well, for Shanghai Dragons, they might decide to just stick with this.
And it's been so many times you're just seeing the replays here that Develop can just find these flicks onto the Lip. And that was happening for the majority of this map as well, this round. But when push comes to shove in Dragons, that one fight with Lip actually got the opening 2 kills, one of which was on Develop. Pretty huge stuff. Okay, let's talk about this. Shanghai Dragons gotta be playing a little bit of the Hardy. A little bit of the London Spitfire cosplay. Fate on the Rhine. It's actually not that much of cosplay. We have seen the Rhine before. Krong got caught by the wall very briefly. But coming through on the Cassie, it is, I mean, just a full brawl composition. May and all.
It's what, 4 AM in the US right now? Mag has just woken up with a start. Someone's playing Rhine on Lijiang Gardens again. Fletter and Lip lie in wait, and we haven't seen a huge amount of Cassidy. Mostly MN3 in APAC who's been playing a little bit more of this. Easy Han his first appearance as well on New Queen Street for the Valiant.
You would actually normally see Sparker play the Sojourn here as well, so that's already one departure that we are kind of witnessing. But Guangzhou Charge, I mean, they're not interested in trying to match it, obviously. Okay, so they're going to be playing over towards something like a Pharah instead. Was an Echo. I think Genji could be reasonable. I really wonder what else Develop can go here to kind of have a better chance against this Ryan. Trace is actually okay, so I don't mind this composition overall. Krong is going to struggle though. And with all these frags, a couple more changes, Develop comes back on a Widow.
Okay, the Widowmaker here, just try and work the Angs maybe. Make sure that Shanghai Dragons have to try and split their attention. Fate, of course, with a mono-directional shield. Cannot cover every single angle by themselves, and Choice A1 is trying to get some attention skywards. Remember, there's no pocket here for Choice A1, so the peppering from Izayaki and Lip is going to be a little bit difficult to deal with. The Harmony Orb is going to have to be enough healing, and that means Choice A1 has to make the most of damage drop-off.
Part of me wishes he was actually on the Ashe, because if he wants to play on angles, I mean, he can do that on the Ashe as well. Dynamite does a ton of damage. I suppose if you just want to actually land final blows, you need the headshots on, I suppose, like a Widowmaker, but the angles have to be earned, and I don't know how Developer's going to find those angles when currently he's even getting taken down by Lip. Lip has just killed 2 of the DPS's. Choi now goes towards the Genji. Genji's a good choice versus the Rhine, but Charge seems stumped. I don't think Charge know what to do here because they're unable to find any sort of engages that make sense for them. And the longer this goes, like day, the more that the Dragons just get ultimates. Flit is nearly on towards a Blizzard as well, and we're about to hit the 99% mark where the Dragons can dump all their ultimates and just win.
Lip do be aiming today. There's the amplification matrix, double damage through it if anyone dares to show their face. Elsewhere, Fletter simply playing the doorman against both these DPS, and Lip's wrapping around the back. Remember, Choice A1 could be instantly blown apart by that sticky nade. Does a huge amount of damage, over 130. Finally, Developers purchased an angle. Needs to make use of it, but the misses is not what you need. A freebie is left. A stun, yes, gets rid of the Deadeye and sends Izayaki off the map. Can Krong do enough here to finish this? Lip so low and won't reach the Mega. Krong's going to have to try and risk it for the biscuit. He's got the extra 250 HP, but now Fate's up on top of him and a Fire Strike burns through his foe. Shanghai Dragons lose control, but for how long? As Fate has brought himself onto this area, he's got a slam. Oh, there it is. It's dodged with the trance, and now that means he can continue to contest. Farway's on a mad one.
Okay, look at this now. It's just 2 players online for the Shanghai Dragons. The rest of the respawners attempting to come back in. Fate just wakes up and pins Develop. Okay, that happened in this game. Ow. Shanghai Dragons, they gotta use this Blizzard. They have a sound barrier as well, both of which will be able to get them this W. Blizzard is now on the point. Watch that cap. It should be flipping over. Choice A1 down is not good news for the Guangzhou Charge. Can they contest at all? Sound barrier to lock up the rest of the 5 in terms of HP bars, and the Guangzhou Charge can do nothing but watch, and unfortunately, I think this is going to be it. Doesn't look like there's too much left here. Leg day, 3 members alive, but Shanghai Dragons, 5 up, full control, window out. It's going to be the cap. It's going to be the finish. It's going to be the 1-0.
Dude, the wall in the window as well to stop Choice A1 from dashing through and getting the contest. Mega brains from Fletter, but honestly, I can't believe that Fate was surrounded by Guangzhou Charge players, wakes up in the middle of that point, and then somehow gets the charge on Develop. Unbelievable fumbles.
Yeah.
Or
well,
maybe didn't expect the power steering.
I tell you what happens. I mean, this is the kind of game where, you know, Shanghai keep hearing the smack talk from NA Andes about like, oh, but APAC doesn't know how to play Ryan or how to counter Ryan, and Fate's just like, my reaction to that information. So, that's going to be map 1 done and dusted here. Shanghai Dragons will deny Guangzhou Charge of, I think, what could have been their best map. So, can Charge still get a map in this series? We'll have to find out after this breaks, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Overwatch League here. Final match of the day for our final week of the Midseason Madness qualifiers. And Shanghai Dragons, I think expectedly do take a 1-0 lead here. I mean, I think at this stage, we've already had 2 back-to-back 0-3s, 3-0s rather. You know, why not make it 3 back-to-back leg day? Part of me still hopes that Charge can prove us wrong. And, you know, I called them one map wonder team yesterday, which means they got to deliver me that one map.
I mean, their one map wonder yesterday against Philly Fusion was a 2-0 win on Lijiang Tower. So already one of their wonder maps has been flushed down the toilet. But getting kids, we're going back to Tartarus. Let's have a quick look at our map set to see where we'll be jet setting off to with the Dragons and the Charge. Of course, it's going to be hybrid next, and I think we're going to be doing another deja vu as we return to our previous hybrid map of Eichenwalde.
Yeah, we're just playing a couple of the same maps here. So good. We'll see how these two teams match up as... I mean, at this stage, I don't think we expect any substitutions on either side, so, you know, I don't even... We're not going to see any subs today, I don't think, because Fate and Lige gone are now kind of just mainstays where, again, the Bebe Void experiment wasn't very good for them. Charge as well haven't played Rio, I think, for the entire stage. And, you know, you could question and be like, well, is it worth bringing in Rio for the Winston like Spark brought in Goose Ray for the Winston or like a Dorado? Possibly, but I also don't fault the Charge for doing something similar to, for example, what Sefi, the head coach of Atlanta Reign, said today, which is to say that basically we want to focus all our attention onto one tank. It's not that useful to try and develop 2 plays, especially when there's no ranked for another player to grind, so it's a better use of time just to give one player all the attention. So Atlanta are putting all their stocks into Hawk, Charge doing it into Krong, Shanghai doing it all into Fate.
And in the case of Seoul, they've only got 1 tank to focus.
Yeah, well, that's 9 hits. See, they started ahead of the curve.
Yeah. Toby brain. Reminds him of Miro. Like, yeah, we only need 1 tank.
Speaking of Miro, he does coach the Spark now, so good old Miro is still hanging about for those that wonder what some of the old school guys are up to now. Some Dragons take a bit of time just to think through the different compositions. Fate on towards the Zarya, one of Void's specialties, so we'll see if Fate can deliver today on this hero.
Remember what we talked about before, the playstyle of Zarya changed significantly from a kickoff clash to the mid-season man, so you're definitely more of a self-preserving frontline now rather than playing a faux main tank of a Reaper. Gives you a lot more charge to work with, and that's going to be an engagement here from Krong, already taking so much damage for Shanghai Dragons, overwhelming a wide mega punch coming through from the Doomfist, but Lip, with his little micro flick, simply sends everyone to the Shadow Realm. The graveyard is full, and Monster Reborn won't solve this one.
There's only 1 player left on the field as well. Choice of World was the only player that didn't go down for the Guangzhou Charge. Beyond that, the Shanghai Dragons collected the gamut of kills, including Lip getting 2 opening frag and a closing frag. Start and finish there. Fate, now that we've moved past A, is going to go towards the ball. So super interesting by the Shanghai Dragons that 2 members here just, you know, swap off their initial heroes. Zarya, they only were interested in playing A on. To be fair, I do agree that the ball is much better for B. Ideally, they're not stuck on the Zarya for too long. Zarya will be good again on C, but B is a very contentious point, right? And Fate didn't have that much ult charge, so he's not giving up that much.
I think Krong got knocked off there by Fate. This is something that is going to have to be a consistent worry for Guangzhou Charge. If Krong reveals himself and Fate can wrap around from behind and get that knockover. You see that Krong's already falling pretty low, but some easy attention gain from Viana means that Shanghai Dragons are going to have to back off all of them.
So one interesting thing is Develop is actually playing the ground. He's not actually on the high ground. I was going to say as well that Dragons, we saw that Fleta was kind of challenging that initial tower. Didn't see anybody up there. That was a little bit strange, but identified Develop. That's their primary target, and because he's on the low ground, they're just going to run at him. Pulse Bomb will find him almost instantly, and with your main damage out of the picture, Shanghai Dragons should be in easy mode. Unless.
Well, now the damage has been equaled out. Krong managed to find Lip in an isolated position. It seems like Shanghai are actually having a little bit of trouble with timing right now when it comes to these dives. Finally, Fate and Fleta move together, but far away with the Discord Orb can simply tear through the Wrecking Ball. No headshots required. It's only bodies when he's in that ball form. And the bodies are certainly going to start hitting the floor here as Develop has returned. This is a perfect place for a stick, but Choice A1 holds on to his boulder for now.
Even.
So there is going to be an exchange.
I mean, Lips turned this around a little bit here. They don't have supports, which is a bit of a problem, but in terms of numbers, it was a 3 versus 3. Speaking of supports, Lijiang, well, not that Lijiang, Izayaki seems to have returned now, so a little bit of harmony healing coming through. Bob's online for Lip as well, so the Shanghai Dragons have the required members. Their respawn distance is slightly closer than the Guangzhou Charge, and it looked like Charge were going to clean up Shanghai Dragons, but because Lip gets a couple of frags, we've evened up, and now Shanghai Dragons are ahead. Barely.
Oh, develop first frags again. Far away Nano, after already getting that one, continues to send out the charge shots, and maybe not the ideal Nano there from Unique, and this entire time Fate's been pushing the car.
So I said Shanghai Dragons were ahead. That was a lie. Forget I said that. They were not ahead there. Apparently, they got one kill from Lip, and then Far Away's like, it's time to carry. I don't know if you watched the latest...
Here we go again.
Well, Fate's got to try and go for the back cap. I don't know if you watched the latest what is it? The comms check? But at the end, there was a bit of Guangzhou Charge, and Farway said to his team, guys, just give me, care me, and I carry, in his literal words. It's like, okay, so they gave him the Nano here. He got a couple frags. He gets the opening frag again. Guangzhou Charge have cared Farway, and now he's carrying.
You gotta care him and he'll care you right back. The strongest of cares from Retrance, in fact, 300 HPS for everyone, allows them to survive the onslaught of the Shanghai Dragons, but for us it's all about this Tracer duel. Choice Air 1 marking Fletter, as elsewhere Krong lifts everyone up into the air and slams them back down again. The fundamental forces of the Guangzhou...
Goodbye,
Fate. Goodbye! Gravity too strong.
Just ask Sisyphus with the boulder and just keep sliding back down. Gravity. It's all gravity,
yes,
baby.
Gravity. It's the worst.
Good movie though. Guangzhou Charge.
Is gravity weaker in the underworld because there's less below you?
Honestly, I don't know how it all works. I don't know how the geometry works. For all I know, they're on a different planet. Here comes the support ultimates for the Shanghai Dragons. So double supports overlaid a little bit here, but they are on the precipice of capping. Lips on point. Doesn't look like anyone can actually touch. Krong has been booped backwards by Lijiang, just shoving his shield in front of his face. Using that shield bash him. The cap's there.
The synchronized swimming of headshots there onto Unique from Izayaki and Lip. And Guangzhou Charge, I think that Shanghai currently have hostages, I think is the case. And they have executed them. The ransom was not paid, developers killed, and there goes the last one, far away. Lurking in the back, and this means a bit of free cart push for the Shanghai Dragons, as Guangzhou are in disarray, it feels like.
And they're going to go towards a Doom here as well, so looking for potentially a final contest here. Nano available, that will give you a pretty decent Nano target. Can you get the damage in after Krong goes in? Where's the follow-up now? You need to see Choice F1 in the mix as well. Fate's low.
Here he is, Lijiang as well. That shield doesn't last for long.
They're
the
just not
Slam's
dying.
do a good amount of damage as well.
HP.
Lijiang gets Overwatch there. How does he live? There's the stick as well. Fletcher's decided, you know what, you guys can have your fun in the back. I'm going to be up the front with Lip and we're just going to win this fight. Is that okay?
Can't
you
believe
guys
that.
don't mind if we do.
Can't believe it. 3 players on 1 HP. 3 players. Fate, Izayaki, Lijiang all at 1 HP. And Flitter and Lip are just like, well, we're healthy. We're not being targeted. Let's get some kills in there. Guangzhou Charge. They Nano. They're Krong in. Choice A1 is somewhere in there as well. They're trying to chase down all these low players. Again, 3 of them were on 1 HP and just didn't die. Did not die.
Yeah. I think we can all agree, Avril, that that happened. Let's move on. Guangzhou Charge
Sure.
now have to complete the map. And they have to complete the map with time. If they do so with no time in the bank, Shanghai Dragons will be able to get a free attack for the first third, but honestly, easier said than done when it comes to completing against Shanghai.
I was supposed to lock in my food order by now, but I've actually forgotten, so we're not going to do that.
Oh man.
There you go. No one knows what I'm talking about, just a little bit of a break banter.
just an in-joke?
Some in-jokes, you know. You weren't there, you wouldn't understand. Shanghai Dragons.
You wouldn't get it.
Shanghai Dragons, though, 148. So reasonable defense, I'd say, for Guangzhou Charge to at least slow things down enough. A was a bit of a wash, sadly. B had a few contentious moments. Definitely a bit of a mistake from Charge to, I guess, they value the high ground very heavily, but when you can play the objective properly, coming through from the Shanghai Dragon side of things, and you're able to push the payload well beyond, I think, the bridge even, Charge at that point have to kind of relocate their entire defense to actually match that positioning. Otherwise, you see what happened. They were forced to C9 the payload because, well, the only person that could touch was Krong, and he got booped away by Lijiang. But focusing on the attack now, Krong remains on the Doomfist. is definitely feeling himself on that. The Sigma was, you know, it is his signature, but I think too slow for the charge to get too much work done.
Yeah, Shanghai Dragons are all about pace, speed, power, violence. Fate already antied here, so his pace is going to be significantly reduced. But still, Lip winning that long-range hit scan duel is going to make sure that Fate feels a little bit safer, more snuggly, like a Buggly in his little blankets.
Unique on low HP,
goodbye.
seems to be able to survive here. Far away, potentially in trouble. I mean, Fate's gone fairly deep, he won't overcommit. Definitely going to be smarter than that as Shanghai Dragons keeping the charge busy for now and making sure they're not getting any ult charge. Speaking of which, developers definitely far behind at this stage with Lip having opened up the frag onto him earlier and Charge not able to get any sort of distance to develop the space to work with.
Oh, control of the computer shop here, going to be hotly contested, but you know that any moment now those anti-nades might come sailing on in and those going to need to be avoided. Krong with all of his cooldowns, waiting for a moment to try and make things work. Fate actually avoids the incoming nade from Unique, so now this could be a power position for Shanghai Dragons, and indeed it is. Lib makes sure of that. From long range can snipe away, and Fate is doing the bulk of the work with the Tesla coil. Overloads the circuits of Farway.
Oh,
what Isioke, I believe, was actually just punched off the map. A big environmental kill and a follow-up from Choice1. The boulder indeed is starting to get pushed as Choice1 has to go back and seek out heals. Mind you, Shanghai Dragons here, they're going to take a while to respawn.
Yeah, this is an advantage to Guangzhou Charge for sure, because Shanghai Dragons are waiting for players to come back in. Ixiaki can only do so much as an Ana to return, so opportunity for Dragons, or rather for Charge to take some control. I don't even think they're aware that Dragons have basically vacated the point. They seem to be a little bit confused there, but finally on the actual point itself, but now being contested.
Big crunch here, 2 versus 1. Surely Lip dies, and indeed he does. Iziaki tries to turn it around with a nano on to Fleta. Big Alpha Yi impression to be done here. Both of the supports will fall. Damage done now to Guangzhou Charge is going to be permanent, and Krong can't even escape with a Meteor Strike. Does not deem it a worthy investment. Shanghai Dragons re-enter, and despite the advantage Guangzhou had, not even a tick, Avril.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. I think Dragons did, well, they played to the perfect percentages there, which is to say that, okay, if they gave away just enough space, and that's going to force out a nano as well. Well, I mean, it's an ultimate for an ultimate, and actually, you know what? Fleta can charge this one a lot faster. Unique has to use a nano to save a place, so you can't use it on Krong to engage, which is going to make this engage a lot more difficult.
Alright, big crunch miss on the pulse on Farway and Unique. Both anti-Iziaki hits that from far away, and this gives us time to talk about why that nano was bad. Because Guangzhou Charge were not in a position to really make anything happen off the back of that nano. They'd have to go so far forward, and Farway's a slow boy. None of Guangzhou Charge could really do anything, and Shanghai could simply disengage.
I see it both ways in that, well, Shanghai weren't trying to engage, they were just trying to look for a pick, and forcing an ultimate just kind of puts Charge behind in terms of they would rather use that to actually engage with Krong, put Nano on Krong right. Currently, there's just kind of being spawn camped, and this is sad because, you know, Nano would have helped them out here. I don't really hate them for using Nano to Farway, because if they lose Farway, they could just get cleaned up, staggered, and lose a lot of time. So both ways you cut it, it doesn't look good for Charge. You just have to say the only positive there was the fact that Fleta outplayed them, but with Fleta down, can Charge make use of the 5v4?
Krong, Meteor Strike as well, can go all the way in, touch that cart. Someone needs to be able to grab this objective. Surely not again. Yes, it's Choice1 who makes sure overtime is going to be done. Fate with a nano boost, plenty of damage, is going to have loads of targets arrayed in front of him. Farway's the one that shows himself first. Discord Orb given over 1000 HP is going to last a little bit longer without that in play. Shanghai Dragons hold back the Guangzhou Charge, and man, Athena, this is so sad. Play the Midtown theme.
Trying to remember what it is. It is a bit of a banger. It is a bit of a bop.
It is a banger.
Maybe that's what Farway was listening to when we were watching a little bit earlier on. Maybe that's what they need. It's hybrid next. No, it's not. It's escort next. You can't play Midtown. I think it's Circuit Royale. Circuit Royale has a bit of a bop as well for the soundtrack. You can see Moon in the background here, giving a couple of high fives. We see you, buddy. And that's going to be the game. 2-0 now. Somewhat expected. Dragons are on a massive tear. Fate's just earth-shattered his camera. And we'll see you on the other side of this break. Welcome back, APAC fam, to Overwatch League once again. Could be our third and final map here. Who knows, Charge? I'm still waiting for that one map that you owe everybody. Alright, you always take one map off of everybody, so you still got an opportunity to do that here as we move over to map number 3, final opportunity. Not the best Eichenwalde that we've seen, considering it. Scoreline there you can see is a 3-0. Lijiang Tower much more competitive. Wish we got a little bit more signs of life there from the Charge on Eichenwalde, but Dragons seem to be too good today.
Yeah, Dragon's doing a really good job, especially on the Eichenwalde defense, of being able to control the engagements with Fleta and Fate, and never was it more apparent from when we saw that nano force from the stick onto Farway, removing a huge component that would have been necessary to really break through the lines of Shanghai Dragons, because when you're on a defensive side, you can just trade poke and not have to worry too much, because still, the Guangzhou Charge have to move forward into your territory and brave the damage that's going to be coming out from all angles as you get surrounded, and that's why you need to invest more resources, like the Nano Boost. And when that's used just to keep you surviving, when you could really just lose Farway and back out and wait, because you're so close to your own spawn, and I heavily disagree with that decision. It's going to be sticking in my mind.
I think they were probably done for no matter what. That's the
possibly
is that
done,
a silver lining? I don't know if that's a silver lining or not. I think it's one of those cases where both options are not particularly great, but you know, I think you're probably are correct, so I'll give that to you. How about this though? Let's talk about what we just had on screen. I said earlier that we weren't going to see substitutions today. And Moon's like, we're winning. And it is Guangzhou Charge.
We are winning for now.
You know how I said that Charge usually get a map? Well, no, I'm joking. Okay, Void and Bebe are in, but I'm not going to disrespect them like that. Come on, guys. Good to see
this tracks, right? This tracks for the
one Charge
that
win.
we're on.
It actually does. Okay, so here's why we're seeing this. We're going into Circuit Royale. It is a heavy Sigma map. And Sigma is a difficult hero for main tank players to pick up, unless your name is Smurf and you're just a god tier player. But for everyone else, for the mere mortals out there that exist, Sigma is very specialized, so we're not expecting guys like Fake to pick it up. Krong is obviously ready and raring to go to play Sigma. Bringing in Void makes sense. Could you have kept Lijiang on him? Probably, but I think it's fair that, you know, let's just see if the Bebe Void combo can work again. Let's just see if Bebe can work, given that you are going to play double flex support here. Why not? You're 2-0 up. You're one of the best teams. Charge are heavily struggling. I think it's reasonable by Moon to kind of put him in here. I think this is okay.
I think it's a very reasonable choice. Like you said, the Sigma's such a specialized skill set compared to a lot of the other tanks, where it isn't as much about like the spacing and engagements as it is you like pick one spot that's really good and you just do everything in your power to stay there and force the enemy to use resources to move you from that zone. That usually you need a specialized player who can deal with the projectiles as well. They're a very, like Lucia, they've got a very specific projectile on Sigma, which requires a little bit of intense skill to use. Shanghai Dragons on the
theme
attack
song,
first
by the way.
here.
Have you heard that?
Oh.
It's a theme song.
This is not what I asked.
I don't know if Dragons have a theme song. I know Spark do. I know Guangzhou do. I know Hunters, by the way, I don't know if people know this. They have their own theme song as well. Look it up.
Spark's one's really good.
It's pretty decent. It's pretty decent. Soul definitely have a theme song as well. I don't know about Dragons though. Maybe they do. I haven't done my research in that regard. Someone will tell me, I'm sure.
No bop research?
The Shanghai Dragons social media manager follows me. They can send it to me later. We'll pick that one up. So double sniper here, Flitter and Lip. Talked about the two Sigmas that is on board. Izayaki Bebe playing the Zen Bap matched on the other side as well. So pretty even. The only difference is going to be the Hanzo versus the Sojin. I quite like the Sojin here because it's easy to charge Railgun off a Sigma's shield. But if you just want to break the shield, Hanzo is better for that.
Yeah, and it also means that it's a little bit of a disadvantage to Lip in the sniper duel because both of these snipers can actually instantly put out damage towards Lip.
Sonic arrow
whereas Fletter's going to have to reveal their... Yeah, the Sonic arrow is going to be huge. However, Fletter is huger. Choice here, one and far away. Instantly broken, even more. Oh, Fletter, you are meta.
Yep, there it is. He said it, guys. He said the word. Say the word, Bart.
He said the line.
He said the line. He said the Fletter meta line. It's, yeah. Anyway,
I've been casting Overwatch for 5 years, Avril. I've been waiting to say that
it's
one.
it's like when you cast Toronto. It's like, is he gonna say the Heast meme? Is he gonna do it? Go, oh, he said the Heast meme. Okay, Fleta continues to get kills. What I really am impressed by is the fact that Fleta is. I mean, this is not normally one of his heroes. We did actually talk about this at some point. The last time we saw Fleta play Sojourn was actually on this map, Circuit Royale. And a bit of lore as well. I said this last time, but I'll save it for the ones that missed it. Shanghai had an internal Sojourn 1v1 tournament that Fleta won. So he's by no means a slouch on this particular hero. So good to see the flexibility here. In terms of Fleta being the meta, he certainly is, if he's also picking up Sojourn.
Check it out, Shimada swap choice one on the Genji now. Farway once again, the first one to fall. Too many audacious peaks are rewarded with too many audacious shots. Lip goes high, Lays develop low, and yes, there is healing there, but this does mean a couple less peaks, and everyone's just being put into the garage right now. Oh no.
Which means the team is split up. I mean, 2 players are in the garage, 2 players are coming through from spawn, and they're getting crunched. The cap is there as well. Charge, plenty of ultimates, can't use them. Shanghai Dragons, they hold on to all of theirs because they also don't need to use them. Lip with some clean frags and an infra site that gives them all the information. It's like, okay, well, we know their team's entirely split here. Let's just shove this payload in, shall we?
Farway survives by the skin of his buffed health. 225 HP, a little bit better to survive those body shots. And Lip is just going to continue providing this suppressive fire as Guangzhou Charge will move up to their last bastion, the poolside retreat.
5 minutes as well. It's a monstrous time bank, especially considering that Dragons have yet to slow down. Both A and B were completely clean. I mean, have they even really died so far? Let me take a look. No. Fun fact, there's only been 1 kill. Krong has the only kill from the Guangzhou Charge so far.
Well, that's worrying. Krong in a prime position to get knocked off here, but I think should be fine. Nice position here for the slam. Does the damage, but the Immortality feels just too great, Avril. Unique runs on into his own. And now, once again, Shanghai Dragons is just going to be able to pressure the car and lackadaisically roll it in. This is a Sunday drive.
This will be a record, indeed. I mean, unless Charge want to fight here, this will be the most monstrous time bank on Circuit Royale. Because it's fresh as well, we don't have Overwatch 1 stats here. This could be the fastest Circuit Royale if they push very soon here. So here comes the ultimate exchange window. So if I'm not responded to by the Charge, see if they get any frags there. There comes their window as well.
Lip laying down suppressive fire. It's Fleta who opens though on to develop. There's the force of the trance.
Waiting for
It's
Choi.
a touch late, but that's fine. Moving in from a back, Choice here on with the blade already so low. 61 HP up against the trance. That's forced out and Fleta's fallen down. Alas, the Zen duel goes the way of Izayaki, and Lip now with the sight is instantly accosted by the Genji. The peel is good as the master puts down the student. You never got your diploma, mate, and you're not gonna get one here. It's a degree in ka-chow for Shanghai Dragons as the cars race to the finish.
5:33. As I work it backwards from 8 minutes is the amount of time for Shanghai Dragons to finish the map. A 3:27 time bank. Is that the fastest cap on Circuit Royale so far this season in all of Overwatch 2? I don't know. I would love to know. Someone can tell me. I haven't seen every single Circuit Royale. What do you think? Is this the fastest one? Have you seen it? Have you personally seen
like
the
it's the
one?
fastest one.
Because we don't see that many
feel like
finishes.
it's the
We don't
fastest
see Circuit Royale finishes typically, right? So of them, I feel like we haven't had a fast one. Unless we have and I just don't know about it. I don't watch enough NA games to know, so someone has to tell me.
I've watched quite a few NA games and I can't remember one being quite this dominant. Like the fact that there was only 1 kill in the first
There's 2 now.
points, and
They've doubled.
additionally,
There's 2 now.
100% more frags for the next leading Guangzhou Charge. Now that's a bargain, mate. Guangzhou Charge, they only got 1 fight's worth of actual battles out of each of those zones as well, which is not fantastic, Avril.
No, not really. Blip, by the way, has mined up the little binoculars there, so no one else can enjoy the views. Just him.
Some tourist is going to get fragged by the venom farts.
So, with our powers combined, I have seen every APAC game. You've seen far more NA than I have. We're just going to declare this as the fastest Circuit Royale ever. So,
I think that's safe to do.
And by the way, not even
Besides-
Mayhem cheating could get a time this good. You know, let's put that one out there.
No illegal maneuvers required. All of those murders were completely legal, Your Honor.
Shanghai Dragons certainly have a license to kill. Let's see if they can maintain that on the defensive side. My hope for the Guangzhou Charge one map is dwindling by the second here. Truly, I think Lijiang was their best shot at it. It's now fallen away from them. That was in the past. And the present right now, just wants staying on top of the Genji, so he wants to get active. This is not going to help them in the actual shield duel between Void and Krong, but it will help them clean up damage from Develop if he hits some shots. And certainly Charge, or at least walking forward runner, they're taking command of this position. That's good.
Yeah, great control of the space. I love that actually we saw Choice one open up with a deflect to get more damage onto Void, and then can move into Brawl Up afterwards. Void's already had to expend the Kinetic Grasp, which is one of the major cooldowns of the Sigma, of course. Lip goes high. Can they find anybody? It's only a body shot onto Krong, but still backing off with a Discord Orb upon him. And Shanghai Dragons, they flow like a tide and like a river, but unfortunately the dam is met, and the dam is, of course, Mr. Sisyphus, the boulder guy. Choice one, who catches a boulder of his own right there. The accretion given by Void.
There's a couple of boulders being thrown around via the accretions. It's very relevant and thematic here. There's see if this windows help either team. Certainly helping a lot for Choice One. And Unique Lip is trying to get some damage done. Can't quite find it. Develop will take him down, and that is going to be the A cap. Guangzhou Charge are not out of options. They are not out of gas. They are going to make this as competitive as possible.
Develop. This is exactly where he wants to be. Bloody good Widowmaker. The mine is caught, so Void just going to get tap, 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 tap. Little bit of damage taken as Lip moves up towards that all-important infra site.
The problem here now is, can Charge snowball effectively? Because there is going to be Transcendence online as well as the Overclock. Charge will also still have about 4 ultimates nearly there. The infra sites can be traded for each other. No real support for Choice One's blade, so he's got to be very careful. He can be met with a lot in response, including Immortality Field. Zenyatta's pretty tanky, and like I mentioned, 9% away from the Transcendence, generally speaking. So Charge have their work cut out for them.
Lip, infra site good to go, likely waiting for Develop to pop his zone. Remember, Choice one here has the blade. But Krong likely going to be moving first here to force out the Transcendence from Izayaki. Got to deal with all of these different cooldowns, and of course, so easy to track with the infra site. Develop actually hung on to his for quite a while, deciding to disengage instead. Look at this.
Wait a minute,
Flitter still wins that. There's no way. There is actually no way. Check him PC in his game using game deficit or something. Flitter backs off for now. The overclock giving him plenty of rail charge to work with, and Unique has found that out the hard way. It's a cancel on the Gravitic Flux due to a well-placed boulder, but unfortunately, while you can cancel the Flux, you can't cancel Flitter.
And another one. And another one. I'm just remembering you and Lemon Key were happy on this exact same
Flashbacks to the grand finals.
Trying to do that one again. I'm allowed to have my moments here. Fletter, though, what a moment from him. That was wild stuff. Just lifted by the Flux. Still snipes Develop. Overclocks to victory. My goodness, it's crazy that Shanghai Dragons just have 2 fantastic Sojin players in this team. And for the Charge, that could have, maybe even should have been everything, but like I sort of mentioned there, hard to play up against Dragons when they have that many ultimates. Can they make this work with a 5 versus 4? Bebe is gone, just a little bit. The Charge need to push up quickly. They get traded, so, well, that's no longer
Speaking
a 5v4 for them.
An exchange of a Baptiste as Void's actually put himself into a very aggressive position here, trying to deny so much from Krong. And what this also does is denies Choice one easy pathing. But now that Void's been forced out, Choice one gets a tap upon the card just to stop it from rolling backwards, keeping this in one-fight territory in terms of win-to-objective movement.
I'll tell you what as well, Bebe going down was the best opportunity to pull the blade, because that's going to be the Immortality Field gone. The fact that they couldn't get that blade off during that time with now Krong suiciding somehow must have taken a lot of damage, and they just hypersphered himself. Time is running out here. I mean, they're repeatedly getting picked out in situations where the Charge want to be able to push up, simply can't do so. They've now lost all the space. I mean, Dragons have pushed up far enough that they look like they're defending A again.
Yeah, Shanghai Dragons don't want to give any space away for free. Krong elevated into the air and then plunged down into the ground. Choice one drags out the blade. Izayaki says, absolutely not, son. Don't you get that out in here? What do you think this is, an anime convention?
What you just saw was Izuyaki just kick that damn boulder all the way back down the hill. Unlucky, Sisyphus. Unlucky.
He's greased the boulder.
It's right back down to the bottom for Choi. And Guangzhou charge. Look, it's not going to be full hold on A, but B is... You know what's... You want to get even deeper on that theme? Circuit Royale is a very uphill sort of map. Look at this. So you got to push up this.
It
is.
is.
Look at that, see? The layers here. It's quite
wow.
deep. It's very deep layers.
Sisyphus has given us some real distance today.
I think it has.
Unfortunately,
far
unable
more than
to do
it
that with the rock.
but we got rocks, we got boulders on this map, we got a lot of uphill on this map, we got Choi being kicked down the hill. It all works. It all works.
A little bit less pushing power here with the Hanzo, but more damage at range. Fletter so close, and look who's trying to close the gap. Choi-Se-Won dragged himself up onto there and popped for Storm Arrows, but unfortunately all the damage is being delivered by the Shanghai Dragons. Up into the air goes Krong, demanding the presence of those who would fight him. And yes, Lip does fall, but unfortunately Guangzhou Charge are simply out of players, and they are almost out of time and out of chances.
2 players remaining for Charge. Yeah, let's just say that this one is firmly done now. Krong will try and come back over towards the ball. Shanghai Dragons, though, they have it locked down. It's like they were defending A the entire time, despite the payload being on B. A 3-0 coming on through. Void and Bebe, congratulations to them. They finally got a map win in the mid-season madness. People doubted. They said, there's no way you can play Void and Bebe. And sure enough, 0-6 start wasn't a good look for this team. But Moon believed. He brought them back. He said, come on. We got a bit of an opportunity here for Void and Bebe to get something done. And actually, I think this is Bebe's first map win of the entire season. Well done, especially for that achievement. Bebe's got one on the board now, which is great to see. But for Charge, unfortunately, 0-3. Didn't get that one map. Closest was Lijiang, and if it wasn't going to be Lijiang, then it's got to be nowhere.
One on the board for Bebe, but one of the most important things here for Shanghai Dragons, they're starting to show this long-term consistency in mid-season madness. After that 0-6, we saw the metamorphosis. They went into their chrysalis, into the cocoon, and they came out on the other side with a better understanding of the game as it stands at the moment. And with this kind of consistency from Shanghai Dragons, that's what makes them a lot more threatening moving into the tournament arc, even if they don't come out with the second seed, because Hangzhou Spark are in a great position to steal that from them.
I got a question for you, Harry. What is Fletter again?
Fletter's meta, man.
Mark Zuckerberg agrees, and we're going to see Fletter as the player of the match here. He is indeed the meta. Comes out on a multitude of heroes today. We saw a little bit of the Rhine Brawl composition from Shanghai. Fletter coming through on towards the Mei. Later on, we had Tracer. We had, I think, the most impressive thing we saw out of Fletter today is extended plays on the Sojourn. Not something that he's been known for this year, because that's been Lip's hero. And you realistically will only ever see Fletter play that on the Circuit Royale. And yet he performs so damn good on this hero Circuit Royale. It's like, it isn't fair. It isn't fair that Shanghai Dragons can do this.
Yeah, it's not fair. They get Lip and Fletter. Someone's going to have to talk to an adjudicator about this. I need an impartiality committee to get onto this instantly. Fletter, what a game from him. Yes, the stats do look low here for the Tracer, but that's because Fletter played basically everything today. Be it the Mei, the Sojourn, or the Tracer.
He's had quite a few different heroes stacked up, so, you know, that's all the stats from only the Tracer, but like I said, doesn't paint the full picture across everything else that he did play. So Fletter getting back-to-back play of the matches here, I think well-deserved. Had a bit of a rough time with the rest of the squad during that 0-6 period in week 1. Was mostly benched in the kickoff clash as well in favor of Huayu's Genji, which is fair enough. Fletter did actually come into play a bit of the Reaper, so we never got to see him kind of flex over to his true potential of different heroes. But now that flower is blossoming once again. The Shanghai Dragons in top tier form after losing 2 games. They've gone 4 in a row. And, you know, they're really fighting hard for that second seed. Hangzhou Spark, if they do win tomorrow's game, they'll take it away from the Shanghai Dragons, but at least Shanghai Dragons have given themselves the best shot. Any final words?
Yeah, APAC all done, but there's an exciting one over in North America in just a couple of hours. Avril, we're going to be opening up with Vancouver Titans versus the Washington Justice. Washington Justice are in a little bit of a tailspin right now, and they can no longer qualify, of course, for Midseason Madness. All the teams have clinched. Vancouver Titans are still looking for that elusive first win. DP's been doing his lessons. Will it be against the team that on paper has some of the most potential of any Overwatch League team? That is going to be the one to watch in North America.
All right, well, look forward to that one. That'll be happening in, 5-ish hours, whatever.
Yeah, about
time
5 hours.
works for you, but we're going to be heading off now. It is Dunzo, 3 matches, 3 maps per, 9 total, and we're out of here. Mid-Season Madness Qualifiers, Day 2 for the final week, signing off. See you tomorrow.
You're powered up. Get in there. It's go time.
Oh, let's break it. Yeah!